gentlemen, my name is Keen Decker, and I'm here to invite you to an evening not like most others. An evening where 4 streamers are pitted up against one another in hopes for fame and fortune. Will one streamer rise to the top and unlock fortunes like no other? Or will they all fall victim to the horrors of Marth's Dungeon?
Oh man, how did I not see it before?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Oh god, my camera. Oh god, why is my camera just not working?
Start.
Come on.
Off to a wonderful start.
No, it's okay, Keen. I got your Sith name. It's Darth Mungeon.
Darth Mungeon.
Darth Mungeon.
Darth Mungeon.
I'll tell you what I'm munching.
But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Marth's Dungeon. This is episode 15. We are back with the cast here. We last left off. Actually, I'll just keep this here.
Not gonna lie, I was really hoping he was gonna say Darth Mungeon.
Welcome back to Darth Mungeon. We last left off with the party in Hellspring here. I'm like alt-tabbing out of way too many things and then closing Josh's camera every single time I do it. I'm failing.
Look here, I took a shower and I'm wearing a nice shirt. I actually look really fucking good today, so, like, let me have this.
That's
Take this away.
There we go. We get handsome Josh back.
In the mirror and wasn't disgusted.
Handsome Josh has returned.
Returned? More like showed up for the first time.
But welcome back to Marth's Dungeon, episode 15. We last left off with the party meeting Kyalder, and Alice and Lookdown both got taken away after a very kind of out-of-nowhere fight that occurred, and Lookdown was trying to claw out Pivid's eyes. Meanwhile, Pivid decided to use a door as a shield, which lasted probably a temporary 12 seconds, and a horror scene ensued. After the horror scene, though, Alice and, yes, Lookdown both got taken away into custody, and Kyalder spoke with Marth and Pivid about the events that have been happening in Hellspring, in which he talked to them about a deal that he could potentially strike with the gang if they are able to get Hellspring back in working order and get the springs back up and working. And so after a little bit of time, Alice and Lookdown were freed. The crew is back together, and they agreed to help out Kyalder to get their springs back. And on their way back into the forest to go into the well to find whatever is causing this blockage, they came across a Herbetian wielding Pivid's steel rapier.
Yeah, it was totally steel rapier.
Talk about sins of the past.
The past is in the past. But the Herbetian slides down the rock wall. Looks incredibly just like the token, actually, in all honesty. The sprite kind of represents her perfectly. Very nonchalant. Not a lot of expression on her face as she kind of starts to approach you. She has both her rapier as well as a large stone shield in her hand, and she has both of them at the ready as she's walking towards you. And she says,
Light bearers like me. Oh, Mother said you would come.
And she takes a couple more steps forward.
Fuck, she speaks my language and I can't even be, you know, in the moment.
And Marth kind of immediately kind of just takes a step back and says, whoa, hold on. Who are you, and how did you know that we were coming?
My name is Agatha. Agatha Hellspring. Mother said you would be coming. Mother said you could help.
And Marth kind of like turns back to the group just a little bit, and then turns back towards her and says, "That depends. We would love to help you, but would you happen to know what is going on with the springs?" And she nods her head and says,
The Exalts. The Exalt stopped the springs.
That's a big word.
Who is this? Who is this Exalt? I mean, and she kind of with no like cause of kind of concern, she kind of like puts her shield and the rapier down and turns around and starts walking, climbs up the rock wall and turns back to you and says,
If you wish to know more, follow me. Talk to Mother.
So, she put the sword and shield down on the floor, or?
No, she put them down to her side.
Okay.
Yeah, she instead of having them at the ready.
Damn.
Yeah, she just put them down for you.
It's like,
I was like, oh, she doesn't see us as a threat, and she put the stuff down. Now Pivot can get the sword back.
Yeah, first thing, pivot. Ooh, boy! And Marth takes a step kind of closer and as if to follow her into the well.
oh, I hate this. Pivot will follow.
What about you, Alice? Look down.
Alice is just gonna shiver, like a chill just ran down her spine, and then follow.
Sir
I
LD.
Follow Alice.
Perfect. And as Marth gets closer to the well, he kind of gets to the top of this rock wall and looks to her and says, I need you to assure the safety of me and my friends if we go down here, though. I don't want to... I don't want to be caught by anything that might catch us by surprise, if you know what I'm saying. And Agatha bows her head and says,
Your safety is assured.
and Martha
Well, I'm sold.
slowly starts walking to the ladder.
You know, I believe that if those are the fucking human spinal column sitting on the edge of the fucking well.
Feels real assured. Are those noxious fumes coming out of there? Yeah, all right, yeah, this is fine. Everything seems perfectly fine.
It's normal. That happens.
Oh wait, hold on. Is that a skull on the other side? Damn. They got that
Couple
decor.
skulls, some entrails.
Intestines? Oh, okay.
Who's
Yo,
gonna
those
kinda
make
walk up to the edge of the well, just below Agatha there.
Those things make a mean sausage. I'll tell you that.
Delicioso. Yeah, that's a brain.
Brain? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's a brain.
Fucking waste not, want not out here, goddamn.
Oh. Yo, we're gonna go meet the straw man.
Marth grabs onto the ladder and goes doot, 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 and starts slowly, kind of stepping down into the well, and disappears.
Kid's gonna go over the edge.
To the edge.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of his birds is gonna kind of just fly down there. It's 30-ish feet.
Okay, so you're keeping the spell connected to. You had it on. Remind me again. You, Marth, and Alice.
Yes.
Okay.
2 on me, 1 on Marth, 1 on Alice.
And what is the light radius again on it?
It's 10-foot dim at the moment. but
Okay.
I can adjust it.
Okay, cool. And you start heading down. Alice, look down. What would you like to do?
Look, I'm gonna save you some time. Just keep Alice and look down, like double. Like, like I'm just gonna save you some time on that one.
Can do.
Bro's like a kicked puppy right now.
Yeah.
Alice is gonna slowly just go over there and just loudly sigh and go, "Oh my god." Even though I didn't feel the best about this earlier when we came back the first time. And then just nothing.
Yes, I'm
Actually-
gonna leap right into the mouth of the enemy.
Alice is gonna kick the spine down and then go down the ladder.
Perfect. You kick the spine
And
down.
It hits me in the head on the way down.
Yeah, you kick the spine and it goes at the bottom, and and you hear Martha say, "Is everything okay up there?"
Alice isn't gonna answer and then just go down.
Perfect. And look down.
Oh fuck.
Mhm.
I'm like trying to see if I want to make a roll to notice Pivot's rapier, but I don't know.
I don't think you'd really associate it with Pavid.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'd associate with Pivot and or Thames is the problem. 'Cause I don't know if I
mean-
even saw you given the weapon.
I think you were there. But Thames' mark is pretty clearly displayed on the hilt of it.
True.
Oh, that's true. I would know. I would recognize that.
Yeah. Give me an observation just to see if you notice that.
Nope. That's
I'm not
7.
gonna forget though.
It was going to determine whether or not I did anything.
Mhm.
So nope. I just go down the ladder.
So yeah, you roll a 7. You do not notice the brand on the sword, but you kind of just like look off to the side and feel Agatha just kind of eyeing you.
Oh man, this sucks. I look away and then go down. Well,
You look down.
He looks down, bro. And Agatha,
yes.
after seeing everybody go down the ladder, proceeds to follow you all down.
Oh,
All right. All right. I've
mean,
been
this
waiting
sucks.
for this one.
Why did you do, man?
I have to make sure one thing actually really quickly. Let me,
I wanted
hide
to
the
make
map
a
from you
joke
guys.
and say that I jump, but like,
no.
Let's see, does that hide
Oh,
the player
did-
screen for you? Yeah, it does. Okay. Maps. Open map. Beneath the well.
OBS.
Oh my god.
What happened?
I can see it.
What?
I can see your stream. I can see your OBS.
What?
Yeah,
Some cheating.
Whenever you switch maps, something.
whenever he switches maps, it usually freaks out for a couple minutes. That's normal.
I'm assuming that's not happening on the stream, right?
No, it's not. It's just us.
Just as take that fringe benefits for being in the Discord.
All right.
Must really suck to not be playing this game right now.
Let me adjust your light just a little bit here.
I am
Pivot
too
give
far
you a
away
little
from
bit.
Alice. What are you doing?
Oh my god, I just placed the tokens. Give me a second.
Too far away.
10. Marth with the 10. And
And look down. You can see the whole map.
lastly, we have Agatha.
Only that
Alice
was
should
useful.
have 10 as well, no?
What's that?
Alice should have 10 as well, no?
I gave her 10 as well. Yep.
So it just cuts off the bottom there. It's weird.
Yeah. That looks like 5 to me there, Jack.
Yeah, you're right. Let me give her a little bit more. Oh, it went back.
That's
The
less.
fuck?
There
All right,
go.
we're good. It like reverted for some reason.
Imagine being the dungeon master trying to screw over your players.
I love screwing over my players. It's a great feeling.
Wasn't last session enough for you?
No. But so as you are climbing down this well, just to give you an idea, you climb down it for a couple of minutes at least, and you go down, and as you kind of as more people get on this ladder, it feels very rickety. Not that you think it would break, but it's kind of that feeling as if you are climbing a skyscraper and you take a look down and you have that feeling of impending fall. That is kind of the feeling that you get as you go down this well. But as you reach the bottom, yeah, you can see a little bit in front of you thanks to the dancing lights. Birds of a felt.
Dancing.
There's no dancing involved. No, Dungeons and Dragons, of course not. They would never dance. But you reach the bottom, and you can see a little bit in front of you, each of you. Look down, since you are used to the darkness, you have just kind of normal vision. Let me make sure that your normal vision is pretty far here. Yes. You have very good vision here.
Yeah.
But that's about it. And so you reach the bottom. Agatha hops off the ladder and once again nods her head without much emotion and says,
Follow me to Mother.
she turns around this way and starts walking.
Kid's gonna very pointedly look at Marth and gesture.
As you can, what kind of gesture are you looking to do here?
It's like, you got us into this shit.
Marth, like, just kind of widens his eyes a little bit and is just like, he brings a gesture back to you as if to say, like, I know. And he is going to get kind of close to her, so he keeps her in vision of the light and is going to follow her.
Kid's gonna follow about 5-ish feet behind Marth.
Perfect.
Do I notice anything, like, remarkable about just, like, the area we're in right now?
So look down. As you kind of look around this room and just, like, walk forward a little bit, you just see bones at the bottom of the well, as well as the rats that got tossed down here. The dead rats. But as you kind of look around, you see various passages you can basically go down. It seems like it branches off into quite a few different directions.
Gotcha. Easy to get lost. Got it.
Yes. Very much so. But Agatha is going to start walking. Marth follows behind here.
Vivid follows.
And,
Follows.
okay, everybody's following. Perfect.
I got
Good
the
old
go-ahead.
conga line, let's go.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ooh. Marth lied. He's not joining you. Yeah, let me form a line here because it is rather tight.
Oh.
Nice and claustrophobic.
Just like this group. Tight, thick as thieves. Oh, wait, hang on.
And as
Gosh.
you start walking, Alice, give me an observation check.
hate that I
13.
can't see.
What was it, sorry?
13.
You hear kind of off to your side, Alice, off to your left at the moment. Down the way a little bit, you hear some scritching.
Scritching?
Yes.
Scritching?
You use it in a sentence?
Yeah, what is scritching?
You
what
hear
scritching is.
you hear the scritching of.
It's like a rat,
like
like,
Yes.
clawing out walls and
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah. It's
Gotcha.
it's essentially that
That kind of
sound, like
sound.
kind of like that kneading of like something scritching at like an object.
For goodness sakes, my brain goes to scritching a cat.
You could probably say that
yeah.
as well.
Like
Yes.
under their
Okay.
Yeah,
or something.
that's why I was confused. I was like,
And you head forward. Agatha,
oh, that's a tight corridor. Oh boy.
very tight. And as you kind of look around you, look down, these walls, as well as kind of everybody in this area, they're made of just dirt. It is these are all kind of held together by like dirt and rock. And Agatha reaches kind of a crossway here, and makes sure that everybody's still here. Turns around and starts heading straight down. And you go down and down, and look down. You would be the only one to actually see this. Give me an observation check.
Okay, this time it's different. It was different. It was worse. It's a 6.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Deal time.
Yeah, you see absolutely nothing.
That's 2 dice now. 2 different dice.
And you reach this edge, and just in front of you here, I'm actually going to give Agatha some sight as well. Or actually, maybe can Marth see it here? Yeah. There is a hole, and it seems to be kind of a dead end. There is just a wall directly in front of you, and then a hole that leads downward. And Agatha turns around and says, "Follow me." And she digs into the hole.
What?
Is this as above, so below? Jesus.
Marth sees her crawl into the hole and turns back to you guys.
Vivid's just staring at him, and he just kind of like slowly raises a finger towards the hole.
And Marth is highly contemplating whether he wants to go in or not. Okay, you know what? I don't usually do this, but I will do this for this instance. Where's the dice? Let's see if Marth goes in this hole.
I'm here for it.
10 or below, not so much. 11
It's
or
a
higher,
no-go.
yes.
Want to roll one of my d20s?
It's an 8. Marth looks at the hole and quickly like looks to the rest of the party and shakes his head and kind of gives you like a go and points down that direction. Pivot, what would you like to do?
I feel like this is just so beneath everybody in the party, except for me.
It's also horrifying.
That's scary. This whole time I've just been scared.
Bye. God damn it. Okay. Is there space for me to get past Marth?
If you kind of push in between him, like if you're both not vertically facing the hole, then yes.
Yeah, then I'm just gonna kind of like motion him to get to the side and try to squeeze past him.
Oh shit! And Marth like whispers to you. He's like, "What are you doing?"
Getting information.
And
Facing away from the party, he's gonna pull his mask off and pocket it and crawl on in.
Oh shit! Ooh! And in you go, Pivot. The rest of the party, well, actually, so as Pivot does that, Marth kind of like looks back over to the hole and is like, and quickly follows you in as well.
Okay, good, because Alice is gonna try to push him.
Amazing.
Perfect.
Once again, Alice is just gonna loudly sigh and go, maybe I should have just left. Just left. Once I found out she was dead, I should have just left. I could have saved so much time, so much energy, and then just go through the hole.
Crawl through the hole. Look down.
Oh! Look down, gets to the hole after hearing Alice say that and just says, "Thank you," and then goes through.
Oh. You head through with Agatha at the front here. Look down behind.
Once he starts hearing people follow him, he's gonna kind of shake some dirt off his face and then quickly affix his mask.
Yeah, so as you go through that hole, it's pretty tight to squeeze through. It seems like something that like an animal, for the most part, would just be able to fit through and like wiggle through to get in and out of quickly. But it is like relatively uncomfortable for most humans. Pivot, it's a little bit easier for you since you're relatively small. But for everybody else, it's kind of like a bend your back, stick your head up, and then like push her with your legs to get yourself through. And
Also,
yep.
I'm gonna assume crawling through the hole that the stuff that was not, fastened onto my body probably came off during the crawl through.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Crawling through a small hole like that, I'm gonna assume that because I didn't have the stuff wrapped around me like tightly, that it probably came off.
Yeah, I would say probably like at least one of like the articles of clothing just kind of came off inside the hole itself for sure. And as you all crawl through, Agatha does a head count one more time, and then steps off to the side and kneels. And as Agatha kneels, both these braziers get lit by a couple of Herbaceans that are in each corner of the room. And you hear a voice from down at the end of the room. And it says,
Bearers of light, welcome. I have been waiting for your arrival since your arrival.
and
Arrival and arrival.
yeah, the arrival since your arrival.
Wow.
And Marth kind of steps a little bit closer, a little more forward, but the light doesn't really cast far enough down this way to actually reveal where she is. And he says, "Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?" And Agatha kind of walks over and into the darkness, and you hear just kind of some muffled whispering. And she walks back down and kneels next to Marth here and says,
All welcome the mother for Dada Exodus.
Thank you, my child. And welcome, Pitovian Prince.
and Marth kind of just like looks into the darkness and says, I'm sorry, I don't believe I have introduced myself. How do you know who I am?
The exalts, the hyperbolic fairy, whispers into me.
And he kind of just like turns around to the group and sees if like you understand any of what she just said.
The fairy. Hyperbolic fairy. Would I recognize that?
You wouldn't recognize the first of the. You wouldn't recognize the hyperbolic part. But as far as fairies go, you know what? Give me a nature check. This is a common creature in Nickelmentia.
So I would have the bonus then?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, nice. Wonderful. Okay.
Oh no.
So I rolled a 1. So that's that is a 7.
Okay. Well, I mean, realistically, so a 7 regardless. You've definitely heard of fairies. You've read up on fairies a little bit. You've never met one in real life, though. So, like, all the kind of intricate details of what fairies are and their typical behavior, you wouldn't know realistically if they would have the means by the by to know various things that other people wouldn't somehow, like some kind of supernatural way of doing that. It just seems odd to you.
Pavid's just gonna go ahead.
No, I was just gonna make a joke about how I have a -5 to nature, so maybe I could figure it out. But
-4.
So Pavid's gonna kind of like subtly shake his head and just kind of math out spiritual.
Huh.
That's the best he's got.
Who is this hyperbolic fairy that you speak of?
The hyperbolic fairy, the exalt, is the one who saved us all. The one who will gift Hellspring to us. The exalt speaks to me. The exalt speaks to us all. She says that you will help us save Hellspring for ourselves.
And Marth Marth kind of once again says, it's what you're saying, it doesn't entirely make sense to me. It's just a little too cryptic. Do you care to explain? Because the last time I checked, when I talked to Kai Alder, he said that Hellspring has been in his family for many, many years.
He simply purchased the property. But Hellspring belongs to the Herbetians who lied dormant for many years. At first, it was just me. Back when it was Exodus Village, I lived underneath the ground.
And, yes, once again, for anybody who does know Herbitions, Pivot, Marth, perhaps even Alice, it is very irregular for Herbitions to be living underground. They just kind of strive off of the sunlight naturally. And Marth rebuttals, isn't it kind of your natural state to live above the ground in the sunlight?
The Sea-Throat clan is different from the normal Herbitions. Stronger, made of stronger things. We neither need nor want the sunlight. I was born underground, without sunlight. And once these springs were formed, they burned me. They burnt me, crippled me, took away from my ability to walk and freely roam. But the Hypolic Fairy came along, the egg salt, and restrained the water. Made it so I can live and breathe.
Does anybody wish to do anything or say anything?
Holy shit! If I was a wisecracking asshole, I would be in so much trouble right now. So I was, the whole time I'm like, well, it sounds like you could use some fucking water.
Oh, sorry, hold on, let me take a sip quick.
Oh boy.
So the name I got from Redicat's research was Yanka. That's the one.
Oh, yes. Yes. And from what she said is see-through. Yeah.
See-through clan. Okay.
Yep. And you kind of just see these soldiers kind of like twitching irregularly. They seem really odd and out of place. Almost to the point where they seem a bit unaware of their surroundings.
I would like to use my ability to read the auras in this room on all the Herbitions.
Perfect. Who would you like to read first?
The one all the way to the left, closest to Alice.
One of the soldiers here.
Yeah.
So you read the aura of the soldier, and they seem relatively hostile. They seem very on edge and agitated. As to like why they're agitated, you would probably have to roll something for that. But yes, you can clearly see that there's something that is clearly bothering them.
I will, seeing that, I will get on the other side of Alice. And then look at whatever's talking to us, if I can see it. I don't know if I can see it because I'm a vision or not, but...
Let's see. Is your vision... I would say... What is your vision normally here? So it's by 5. So your vision actually would be... 1, 2, 3... I think it does in increments of 5. Okay, so I think it would be in and around here for you. I'm not sure what that sees for you on the map. Oh, I don't know why it's actually not revealing anything on the map for you. That's interesting to me. Oh, maybe it's because it's down. Yes, there we go.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
So yes, you can see towards the back of the room, pretty clearly. Look down. That there is an old looking Herbetian that does not have any legs. It seems like it's crippled, and it is embedded into a throne with a bunch of roots growing around it. And also throughout the room, since you can pretty clearly see it, there's very normal roots, but there also you see a couple of roots kind of leading down that have thorns on them as well.
Gotcha.
Would you like to read her aura?
Yes.
Okay. So you read the Ferdada's aura, and it seems very much so similar to the soldiers, except this one is a little bit more... if these ones are light red, this one is a little bit more dark red and rich. But she also seems relatively agitated as well. Like something is bothering her.
Yeah, no, this is great. I just kind of, since I'm close to Alice, whisper, be careful.
Alice is just gonna be looking around and like, I don't know. This is creepy. I'm creeped out. I'm creeped out. Alice is just gonna whisper back. It's kind of what I was doing before, but be more careful than regular.
Lookdown's eyes are just like darting to every single person in the room, like all the Herbetians in the room. He says, yes.
You said every single Herbetian in the room?
Yeah, like they're just, like my eyes are just darting.
Okay.
And like I'm like side-eyeing over my shoulder at the one behind me. And can I see if there's any hidden throughout the room?
Give me an observation check.
I don't know where the paranoia just came from, but it's here. 17.
You don't see anything outright hidden in the room, but you have just like this weird feeling. You can feel just a subtle vibration under the ground.
Lookdown's eyes. Lookdown just looks down, except not in a. Not in his normal
way,
manner.
not the alarmed way.
The ultra look down.
He looks down and tilts his head, confused.
And Marth kind of takes one more step forward and says, I don't know who this Hybolic fairy is, and I don't know your reasoning for needing to stay underground. But I feel like you and Kai Alder could work out a resolution on this and get the hot springs. And it kind of, as he says this, she cuts him off immediately and says,
The hot springs will not come back, and we will stay underground. But I offer you my support if you deal with the problem in Hellspring. Kai Elder and the King's Coven must die.
Is it bad that I'm kind of on their side?
maybe.
Probably a little bit.
I mean, look, all I'm saying is Kai Elder fucked me up, and these people haven't done anything to me yet.
Okay.
Well, that I'm aware of, okay? That I'm aware of. I know they fucked with me back in that first fight, but
Fid's
Look down,
gonna
doesn't
look at this pool on the left from the walk.
Give me an
What's
observation.
that mist shit? What is that shit? That's better.
Okay.
Let's see. That is a dirty 20.
Oh, nice. Okay, so from your general observation of just this pool of water, it seems like it's being suppressed. As to, you can kind of tell that it is this ominous, glowing mist that you, fog rather, that you did see, in fact, in the forest. And it seems to be holding this water down. Very pressurized, by the way. You can tell that there is kind of like, there's just like this, that little hum of like when water is really, really hot, like a tea kettle. You can
Right.
definitely, you can hear that.
It wants out.
Yep.
So these are the actual springs themselves.
Yes.
Okay. And she's embedded there, so if the springs come back, she'd drown.
Correctamundo.
easy. Dispel the cloud.
Just
I can't
dispel
do
the
that,
cloud, Five.
unfortunately. Well, if I did that, we'd all fucking drown in fucking boiling water, which would be terrible.
That would be pretty terrible.
We all just get on the other side of the hole, and then as the water rushes through, it shoves us all the way towards where we need to go. And as long as we survive the burn damage, we'll be fine.
Do you know how hard it is to move through boiling sludge and mud?
I'm sure
that.
looked at will be fine. What about the rest of you? It's all right.
One way to find out.
And Marth, once again looks over to her in her direction and says, "Kai Alder has done nothing wrong to you. Am I right? I don't see. What is it that you are holding against this man?"
It's simply a matter of life and death, and what is owed. I have been in Hellspring since Exodus Village. He has not.
And Marth kind of cuts into what she's saying, and he says, "Well, you know what? I've been in Exodus Village before it was Hellspring. And as far as I'm concerned, there is a way that both of you can make an agreement where they can have their hot springs and you can coincide in their society. I'm sure you can work something out if you just work with me." And there is a brief moment of silence. And she simply says,
A predictable decision.
and she goes, and she gives a very, very light scream. And these two sea-through soldiers toss dirt onto the fire. And toss another thing of dirt onto the fire. And the lights go out. And as the lights go out,
I immediately turn to the one behind me.
this one here.
Yep.
As the lights go out, give me 1 second here. Where is my...
Where are my notes? Where are my notes?
There we go.
So the second they douse the flames,
Yep.
I'm gonna switch the birds to bright 30 feet.
Perfect. Perfect. I will change that in just a second here.
Good call, good call.
Unfortunately, that's a concentration spell, so I cannot use other concentration spells.
The one other thing that I have not mentioned with concentration as well is if you do get hit, it does break concentration.
There's not a roll or anything to
No,
contest it?
not for the hits at least. For pretty much everything else, yes, but let's see.
If the damage is eaten by the armor, does it still break?
I'm sorry.
Like if the damage of the attack is eaten by the armor, like I don't take physical health damage, would it still break concentration?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say no. No, I would say as long as you have the armor and it doesn't directly affect your HP, no.
Okay. Sounds good.
Just looking through something very quickly. Look down.
Yes.
Roll for me a Sigma saving throw. And Marth is also going to roll a Sigma saving throw.
Yeah.
Marth passes.
It's a 3.
Guess we found where the singing was coming from.
Oh. Okay,
Don't do this to me again.
Oh man. So Marth does nothing really happens to Marth. However, look down. You feel your world just get a little bit more and more claustrophobic. You can just feel kind of something tightening in and around you while nothing is really there. And inside your own mind, you start to hear a voice that sounds very sweet in nature to you, despite its outward sounding appearance. And it says,
Kill them or force them to agree.
and to you, look down, your mind is immediately trying to break away from this, but your body is simply acting on its own, regardless of what it wants. And give me a D20 roll.
What are you doing to my character, man?
This is just this area.
At least it wasn't Pippin.
That's a natural one.
Oh boy.
That's actually good.
Is it?
Yes.
Finally.
Instead of getting outwardly angry, and trying to tear into your friends, you simply turn around and take a knee and look forward and say, you start trying to convince the rest of them to join the See-Through clan.
So, in my own words, I'm trying to convince.
Yes.
Said how Lookdown says it, or like a normal person?
Just as Look Down would say it.
We should help.
and Marth, kind of. Oh wait, let me increase the light first of all. You said it's 30.
Yep, 30 feet bright.
Okay.
They haven't hurt us.
Who says they won't? They'll hurt us plenty.
Yet
Hmm?
to do it.
Yes, very good. One of you understands.
And Marth kind of runs over to you, look down, and just observes you briefly and sees that you're not like in a manic state like you were before, but can very clearly see that you're not yourself. You seem also incredibly agitated by something.
Is the fact that I'm shaking that this is happening again have anything to do with how agitated I might actually be? Holy fuck, Lookout is going through so many mental breaks in one day. Give mans a break. I was just getting good. I was getting better. Fuck.
And Marth, seeing this, gets incredibly angry, quickly turns in her direction, and says, "What the fuck did you do with him?"
I simply enlightened him. The Hyperbolic Fairy speaks with him now.
And Marth turns to the rest of you and says, "Like hell she does." And he is going to charge at her. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And
Well, there goes
just-
both of our tanks.
All I can think is there's enough voices in my head as it is, alright? Serviad is enough, okay? I don't need...
Hey, Serviet's cool, okay?
Yeah, Serviad's great. He's the only voice I need in my head, alright? I don't need these other people.
And everybody roll for initiation. if you so decide to do so, unless you want to flee the fuck out of here.
Hell no. We fight.
Fight theme. Let's
gonna
go.
scrap.
Actually, let's get
Actually,
Desam
that's-
Vayus in here.
So vibes.
Hey, hey,
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey.
hey, hey.
Let's see, where's Desam Vayus? There we go.
I got enough voices in my head.
So real, these voices.
I mean, at least, now it's cool, I got Serviad Daniels and somebody called The Exalted. I mean, that's kinda cool, right?
You got the whole shebang. What did everybody get for a roll? Sorry.
12.
Let's
19.
8.
Team Alice. 8 for
I don't-
Bibid.
I hope that I get my Aaron Yeager moment.
So I didn't see the spell that the mother cast, did I?
No, it seemed to kind of just seemingly come out of nowhere that he just flipped.
I don't want you knowing that fucking spell, okay?
Oh,
I found out
no.
you know that
No.
spell. I found out you know that spell.
Hey, just because I know the
Sounds
spell
a little
doesn't mean
bit.
I'm gonna use it. It's just gonna go kind of tucked in the page for a rainy day, you know?
Yeah, Chris Look Down will understand that one. I guess I don't know you. I only know you have it until you use it, so...
Yeah.
See through to 1. Rolls a 2.
It's pretty much my goal in this campaign to collect as many spells as humanly possible. It's like Pokemon, but for
I was about to
magic.
say, I hope you catch them all.
I've already missed several, sadly.
We'll go back and find them.
Yeah, we'll go
We're
back
dead.
for him. We'll go back to Route 10.
I mean, we killed the people who cast the spells, so it's kind of hard to do that.
Necromancy spell to raise them, and then...
That's so fucked up.
Rise, teach me your magic. What?
cast a spell.
Cast your magic at me. Okay, look, spews fire. Okay, die. Kills.
Let's
Alright.
see.
You've outlived your usefulness for a second time now.
All right. So Ferdata is actually going first here. And Ferdata, let's see, let me get her sheet open here. Whew.
Wait a minute. I thought her name was... Oh, yep, nope, that's right. Never mind. Don't just ignore me. I'm having a mental breakdown. Yeah.
Having a mental breakdown. Too many voices.
So Ferdata is going to what is the throw here? Ferdata is going to pivot. You feel a vibration from under the ground, and have a feeling, just this weird feeling. I'm also going to put you like right here. You have this weird feeling that that something is directly under you. Give me an agility saving throw.
Okay. Hey.
What was that?
That's a 4.
Oh. Roots from under the ground, kind of just flop out, and the root slashes you and deals 1d4 damage. And let me roll for the 1d. Actually, Josh, can you roll for the 1d4 for me?
Is
Sure
it
can.
slashing or piercing?
This is chaos damage.
Oh.
Oh, no.
This is chaos
cool.
damage.
It's gonna be a
Uh-oh.
3. Sorry, buddy.
3 damage,
huh?
and give me a roll.
Yep. It's an at 1.
Today's the day we die!
Add it on up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you take some chaos damage, and you notice that the ground beneath you is starting to change color on that tile. Let me give you a visual representation.
I'm gonna start throwing Jelly Ranchers at you, man.
Let's see, what would be a good representation? Just gonna do this for now. Oops. Put that in place. Lock it. Bring this one up to the top. Oh, fuck. It's not gonna work like that. Actually, you know, I'll just, I'll take this away so you can see it. Or not.
So that was 3 damage, yes?
Yes.
Goodbye!
Why
The
is it
lethality
being
of this
so
fight just jumped up
strange?
tenfold.
Actually, though. There we go.
Kill
And let me change the color a bit.
last one of them.
And it's nice and dark. There we go. And it is Alice's turn. Keep in mind, Alice, that you can only see the 30 feet in front of you. So, what would be?
No, I can see
Remember
the
that
30
there
feet.
was one behind, though.
Oops. What was that? Sorry.
Could I remember that there was one behind me, though?
Yes. Yeah. Turn to Shambayu's down a little bit further.
Sambayu. Wait, no. Yes. Go ahead.
Could I try to go for a sneak attack? On the one behind me.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll a stealth check very quickly.
It's 17.
Perfect. Yep, you stealth successfully. And for the one that is over here.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So you remember that he's over in this direction, so you stealth over. 10, 15, 20. And where would you like to go? You want to go on the other side of him?
Yeah.
Okay. You get right behind him, and then go ahead and roll for an attack. Oh, sorry. It's read the sneak attack for me really quickly. Your ability.
It says, if Alice has not been attacked this round, she can find cover
Yep.
and hide for a turn. On her following turn, she is granted a sneak attack.
On the following turn. Okay.
Okay.
So yes, for this turn, you're just stealthing behind him, I suppose. Is there anything else you want to do with that turn, though?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Just taking and hiding. behind.
Perfect. And it is See-Through Soldier number 2's turn here. They are going to... I think they're pretty slow, if I remember correctly. Let's see, my drive. See-Through Soldiers. Where you at here? Herpetian Soldier. They can move. Yeah, they're relatively slow here. 10, 15, 20. They can only reach here. Do they have any range?
Shut up, not.
Let's just go with no. We'll just play it safe, you know?
They... they are going to cast Acidic Bloat Bomber on themselves. So you start to... anybody kind of in this area, Pivot, perhaps, since you're directly next to him, you see him kind of like running at you, and then he starts to get kind of bloated up a little bit, and just little bits of like acid start kind of teeming from small holes in his body that are starting to form. Yep, can't wait for that one. And
Can't wait to learn that spell, question mark.
it is Look
That
Down
one's
turn.
definitely going on the shelf.
Look Down. Give me 1 second. Let me just read something quick here.
Yeah, no, you tell me what I can do. You know, it's fine. You let me know. You let me know what my character's doing. Guy show me voices in his head. You know, you can't get it straight. You show me to tell him how to do it.
Oof, that's rough. Roll a d20 for me again.
Oh yeah, no problem. It's been going so well for me lately.
Sorry, a Sigma saving throw. If you would.
I have rolled every single die so far, and that's gonna be a 5 or a 4? 5.
Oof. And once again, you hear a voice enter your head and say, "Stand up."
I guess I stand up.
You stand up, and the voice simply states, "Attack the small one."
Why? Oh man, I'm sorry. Man, I really wanna ask for another saving throw, but I guess a swing. Oh man, this sucks. It's okay, Pivot. I've only been rolling like shit. I can't wait for this to not be a natural 20. Oh look, does a hang on a second here. Can I at least have the wherewithal to not use the Frozen Dragon Fang? Can you give me that one?
Sure.
Thank you. That is going to be a 16 to hit.
That'll hit.
Cool. What?
Shit. Okay.
That's gonna be 8 damage.
8 damage, huh? Let's see.
Yee!
Alright.
Also, are you gonna force me to take my second attack, or is the one good?
Roll me another Sigma saving throw.
Oh boy, it's it's working out so well for me. I'm gonna roll another attack. That's a 4, so that's a 3. Oh look, fucking 19, natural. To attack pivot, cause fuck your friends. It's great. Yeah, it's fun. That's okay. We'll keep those low numbers. That's another 7 damage.
Okay, that's broken my armor.
Oh,
My
fuck.
concentration is broken.
The lights go out. Ooh.
Man. Okay, dice rolls. Fuck you too, I guess.
Oh my god.
And pivot. There we go. And that'll be your turn, look down.
Huh?
See-through soldier number 3 is going to move 5, 10, 15, 20 feet, and move 5, 10, 15, 20 feet with a dash. And that is the end of that one's turn. And then it is Agatha's turn. Agatha stands up to her feet and says,
Mother, we don't have to fight. Mother, why? Mother, we can solve it without violence, Mother.
Lies. Violence will be the only way for us to achieve what we wish. Now, take care of them.
and Agatha reluctantly is going to turn 5, 10, 15, turn to look down. And as she goes to kind of raise her sword, she steps in your vicinity, look down, and all of a sudden, just looking at her, your wits come back to you. And the voice stops entering your head. But she still is going to take a swing at you with... She has an attack shield, and she also has the rapier.
Okay.
The attack shield misses with a 2. The rapier is a 13.
Ah, injustice.
Okay. The rapier is 1d6 plus 4, I think. It's piercing. Agatha, where you at, girl? There you are. Oh, sorry, it's 2d6 plus 4, rather.
Oh. Couldn't you have hit with the shield instead?
I know, right? So that's 9 piercing damage. So you'll take the higher value to the armor. So you'll take 5 to your armor and 4 to your HP.
Oh. That's... Alrighty.
Okay. And it is... Oops. Hold on, let me get you guys back on the screen here. I goofed. I goofed. Oh, no, please. I want you back on the screen.
Fucked it up now.
I screwed up. It is Marth's turn. Marth, having a visual on her just a second ago. Actually, I'm just gonna give him like a faint light around himself, just so you guys can see yourselves, like your characters itself. There we go. Let's put that down to like 1, so you can just you can kind of see directly what's in front of you. Marth is going to charge towards Ferdata here, and he is going to take out his sword and swing at her. Does that hit? Rolls a 10. But for Dada's, AC is dick all because she's embedded. Good. So he actually hits her. And what's she weak to? Okay. And let me roll for damage for Marth here. Monsieur Marth, where are you? Why don't I see you, Mr. Marth Swords? Is it on my laptop? No, I'm pretty sure it's in... Where is it?
At least we can keep up the streak of, me attacking Pivot whenever I lose my mind.
That is true.
You know, happy for that. Just,
I'm so glad. Really.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you didn't have to roll or anything for that, right? You know, just...
Sorry, I have to scroll down here and find it. I did it a long time ago.
It's okay, because now I'm better.
Pivot doesn't know that.
Oh my god.
Where is Mr. Marth?
But at least it's still technically true.
Fucking raked my armor to shreds, bro.
I punched it.
Pushed it so hard it just disappeared.
Shh.
I don't remember. Can you search Google Drive? I
I
literally just can't find this one.
As long as you know the name of it.
Literally should just be Marth. Marth's character sheet.
I don't use it enough to know.
It should be up at the top, says search and drive.
Oh, well, there it is.
It's
Let's see. Where did he go? He's here somewhere.
gone forever. Lost to the annals.
Templates. Template. Hold on. Let me check my laptop. It's gotta be on my laptop. In the meantime, I'll actually have let's see who's next. I'll have Pivot take his turn.
Okay. So you want me to do that now, or?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just gonna open up his character sheet from my laptop.
Okay. First of all. God damn. Okay. Keeping it together over here somewhat. He's immediately gonna recast Birds of a Fell Light. So that's 4 birds with 30-foot radii. And he's immediately going to detonate 3 of them.
Oh,
For
okay.
offensive
Oh
action.
my gosh.
One is going to be pretty much right Lookdown's face.
Okay.
And I need to see where the other 2 Herbetian boys are. I'm gonna detonate on them.
Here and here.
Yeah, so immediately on Lookdown and the 2 Herbetian soldiers that I saw, he's gonna detonate and attempt to blind them.
Perfect. And is that a... I don't remember. Did I have a roll for it specifically?
It's a con saving throw of 11 or higher to not be blinded.
Okay.
But if they only have dark vision, they automatically fail.
Yep. Well, they automatically fail. Look down. I'm gonna have you roll look down because you actually can see like in the daylight itself.
Since I'm blinding Lookdown, would I also catch? Was it Agatha?
Agatha, yes, would also have to roll here, and she also is actually gonna have to roll.
I would say
She passes.
I don't want to. I don't want to dick myself, but do you want me to roll with disadvantage?
No.
I pass.
Okay, perfect.
Good.
Yeah. I saw a 15 and I was like, oh, thank goodness, finally.
So yes, they are most certainly blinded now. You just hear
Screaming. Did Agatha get blinded as well?
Agatha passed with a 19 somehow.
All right, so there's just the one bird left on me for 30 foot of radius.
For 30 feet of light. Okay.
Yes. Or wait a minute. 20 feet. I'm wrong.
There you go.
There we go.
20 feet. And is that all your turn there?
No. He's immediately gonna book it diagonally to the upper right.
To the
30 feet.
upper right. So directly diagonal here.
Yeah.
Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, you said?
Yep.
Okay. You run up
I'd like to take
30...
my attack of opportunity.
Excuse you.
You are actually you're in a clear mind now, a clear-minded state. Look down.
Oh, I know.
Agatha is not going to take an attack of opportunity on you.
Oh. What do you know?
And Marth is going to swing his sword. All right, I already rolled for the hit. I just gotta roll for the damage. Okay, roll me 3 d4s, Josh.
3d4.
Yep.
Oh, shit. Was there anything else that needed to be done because of the roots underneath the vid? Or?
Nope. So immediately when the root hit you, it slid back underground. But you did notice once you actually moved off the tile, or kind of by the time you moved off the tile, it seems like it's entirely changed the soil underneath it.
Gotcha.
8 damage.
8 damage plus 4, 12, and plus a 1d4, which... Oops. Or sorry, not a 1d4. Yes, actually, roll me another 1d4.
Plus 2.
Okay. Google Drive. There we go. She takes... So, 8, 12... she takes 16 damage. In a kind of a big burst of light, very briefly, emits from her, from where the sword hits, and then dims immediately again, and just like a little bit of pieces of armor, just kind of chip off of her. And it is the first see-through's turn here. They are going to, let's see, attempt to move away from you, Alice, giving you your stealth attack of opportunity. Which I think, read it for me one more time now.
Alice rolls a stealth check. Her damage to the target for the attack is based on the roll. Oh god, there's a lot of numbers. 1 to 5 is -2, 6 to 10 is -1, 11 to 15 is +1, 16 to 19 is +2, 20 or more +2, and total damage doubled. Dex.
Pretty sure the roll was a 17.
17 was your stealth roll?
I believe that was what the roll was.
Yeah.
Okay. So add whatever the 17 number would be for your damage.
+2.
+2, so altogether gives us what? You roll your knife damage on top of it.
Okay. 3. What will this be? Oh my gosh, so much math.
I know. Sorry. This is where the
Oh my
math
gosh,
comes into
so
play.
much math. What's this? 1d4 plus a 3. So it's usually 1d4 plus a 3, so then it's plus a 2. 2.
Okay, so 2, 5, 7, I think, altogether.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Quick maths. Not so quick maths.
You pop out of the darkness and dig your dagger right into the back of the Herbitian as he tries to start to walk. And then noticing that you are behind him, instead of trying to run away or run towards another target, he is simply going to turn around and use... Where's the boy? He's going to attempt to grab you. So, give me an agility saving throw, and it's going to be versus his dex check.
Got a 10.
Rolls an 18.
Grab me.
Yes, he's going to use...
Oh, he grabbed me.
He's going to use a Hand of Wasting. So he grabs a hold of you, and if the caster touches the target, they take 1d6. Chaos damage, plus the difference in speed between the targets. So if they're faster than you, for like their movement, you take that difference in damage based on like how much it is. Let's see. So that is 1d6. Let me roll for that. That is 5 chaos damage to you. And it goes top of the order for Dada. For Dada is going to attempt to strike Marth with a root. So Marth is going to have to give an agility saving throw here. Okay, he fails that. And he gets slapped. Give me 1d4, Josh.
You got it, Captain. 2.
Takes 2 damage. Okay, perfect. And the ground starts to become discolored. And that is going to be her turn. It is Alice's turn.
Is he still holding on to me, or is he just like?
He grabbed you once. Yep. So he let go of you.
Okay, I'm just gonna go and try to stab him.
Perfect. And give me a hit.
A 10.
A 10. A 10 hits.
6.
6 damage. He's starting to look a little bit hurt.
Thank goodness.
And would you like to do anything else your turn?
Spit on him.
You cock it back and you spit right on this soldier's face. And for some reason, it does not seem to affect them in any way at all.
That was more so for her than it was.
Is number 2's turn here.
He be blind.
He is going to... Oh, yeah, he is blind. So I'm actually going to have him roll just a d20 for me, for him really quickly, just to see if he runs even in the right direction.
Just roll a d8, see which direction it runs.
Ooh, that's true. That's a good idea. D8. Here we go. So, this is 1, 3. He turns back around in the other direction, and he runs 5, 10, 15, 20. And he explodes and
God.
acid flies all over the place around him, and he dies immediately.
Well, good thing I didn't take that one.
Very good thing. I'm just gonna hide his body so you know he's dead. Let's see. It is Lookdown's turn. You are free to do what you like.
Oh. For anybody paying attention, Look Down just is kind of shaking, pulling off what's left of the fucking clothes off of him, and is just saying, "Get out. Stop." And then pulls the fucking last piece of cloth off of his head and then lunges at the nearest soldier towards him.
Perfect. That would
Skipping over Agatha.
pushing past Agatha. Do you want the one on Alice, or do you want this one over here? I think they're 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, they're pretty much equidistant.
One towards Alice.
Perfect. Turn over towards Alice. And you run over to this soldier and give him a jabby jab. Go ahead and roll for
I
it.
stabbed him with the fang. I missed the first attack. Natural 19 on the second one.
Wait, what did you roll for the first one?
Fucking 5.
Oh, yeah, okay. And then second one hits.
Yeah, natural 19. That is 2. 4. That's 8 damage.
8 damage. Whew. Yeah, you take a big chunk of health out of kind of just like you hook him right in the jaw, and it kind of his head just kind of like hits the side of the wall quickly, and it seems to phase him pretty hard. He's looking very, very wobbly. And anything else with your turn?
Unless I can punch him again, no.
Unfortunately, no. Is number 3's turn.
He's also blind, the fool.
Oh, yes, he's got a roll as well. Let's see, here's my D8. 2. He runs in this direction. 5, 10, 15, 20. And kind of like touches his foot in water and realizes that he's in the wrong place. And so I'm going to have him roll a D8 once more. Oh my god, bro, are you serious? He is going to run up this way, 5, 10, and he's going to bump into the wall. Holy shit.
I love magic.
And that is going to be his turn. It is Agatha's turn. Agatha is going to once again plead with her mother and say,
Mother, please stop this. It doesn't have to be like this for the light bearers. I'm also a light bearer, Mother. What about me?
and her mother says,
A means to an end.
and this kind of just resonates deep inside Agatha's inner psyche, and she gets very upset. Give me 1 second here.
And goes and stabs Pivot.
She defiantly kneels to the ground and says,
No more, Mother, no more. I will not hurt the other light bearers.
and then the mother simply says,
Then you will die with them.
and she's going to end her turn. And it is Marth's turn. Marth, seeing this chaos kind of under the ground, underneath him here on the ground, he's going to step away out of it, and he is going to swing his sword again at Ferdetta. He hits, and roll 3 d4s for me again, Josh.
3.
I think so. Yep, 3 d4s.
7.
7 damage, and then give me 1 more d4.
+2.
Okay. 11. And he breaks off her armor, and it seems like she's starting to get hurt. And it is Pivot's turn.
Okay, he's gonna move up 2 and 1 over to the left. Alright. Probably actually up 1 more.
Up 1 more. Okay,
Yeah.
just so she's in vision here.
Yeah. So as its concentration, would the 4 birds come back, or will I have to recast to get all of them back?
That's a good question. I would say since you're keeping concentration, you can probably bring them back.
Okay. Without action or with action?
I'm gonna say with your action though. Yes.
Okay. So I'll leave that be for now. Then I'm gonna cast Siphon on Ferdetta.
Okay.
So that's a con save of 11, I believe. Yeah, 11 or higher.
Oh, she has a pretty good con, I think. Oh no,
Thank you for
actually not.
telling me. Oh.
She just rolls under it with a 10.
Okay. Then she takes 10 health damage.
10 health damage.
Actually,
And-
well, it's chaos damage, so.
It is chaos damage. She is okay. Yep, she
If
takes
she's
10.
resistant, it would take. Oh, okay, full. Okay.
Yep, she takes full damage.
Bug eye. And I will heal
Both?
for 6.
Perfect. And anything else with your turn? I think.
I got 10 more movement, so I'm gonna shuffle two squares to the left.
Perfect. Just center state here. And it
Try
is
to put some space between me and that soldier boy.
just blinded in the corner. See-through number 1 here is going to take his turn. He is going to since Lookdown kind of hit him pretty hard, he's going to turn to Lookdown and attempt to grab him. So give me an agility saving throw.
$21.
You pass it. Congratulations. He goes to grab you, but he seems very weak. So when he reaches his arm out to you, it kind of just falls before he even gets close to grabbing you. And even if he was to try to grab you, you very quickly moved out of the way. And noticing that he missed the grab on you, he is going to attempt to run towards his mother, giving an attack of opportunity to both of you.
I'm gonna take it.
Oh, same.
Roll for hits.
Natural 20.
Oh no.
Plant man dead in the pond. Oh, no.
18, and that's with the tooth, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, roll for damage for both of you.
We have 5.
Okay.
22.
Oh no. How would the two of you like to go about murdering this poor creature?
I am literally just a bag full of rage, so it is nothing but an aim for the head.
Alice is just gonna go for the stab in the leg, so he falls.
Okay, so how about as Alice stabs him in the leg, Look Down goes down and comes up with an uppercut into his face
Oh my god.
as he's falling forward, so he has the momentum of falling down and the momentum of Look Down coming back up.
Oh god. And so
Off
you
the fang?
Also, can I get a DC 8 con save just to see if I can put some extra flavor on this?
con save? Yes, let's do it.
Yeah, just...
He fails it with a 6.
As I come up and as he starts getting encased in ice, I follow it all the way back around, so that way he smacks into the ground and shatters.
Oh god. That is
Executed with impunity.
With impunity.
Oh,
and that soldier
ain't had none of their
is
shit today.
100,000 pieces on the ground right now.
So one blew himself up, one got turned to shards, and the other's blind in the corner. Yeesh.
And it is back to Ferdata. Ferdata is going to open up document, please.
No.
Open, says me. Um. Ferdata is going to use Monster Screech. So she's going to send out a scream that is so powerful that the pulses in the air, are going to push you back. However, roll me a strength saving throw for targets in 15 feet of her.
Yike.
Yep. So me and you. Gonna roll here.
You said a strength save?
Yep.
Okay.
I believe.
Of 12 or higher.
David. Strongest
That's
character
fair.
in the game.
That's a 7.
Close.
Marth fails with a 10.
I rolled a 10.
Oh no. So you get sent flying back 30 feet and are knocked prone. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Oh,
no. This is like Monopoly. What the fuck? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
Card.
30. Right into the wall and is knocked prone. And that is going to be her turn. Alice, it is yours.
You saw a fucking glowing pivot just go sailing through the air.
Oh my god, like a firefly. A firefly. I think I'm gonna go towards the light and follow Pivot wherever he lands.
15, 20, 25, 30. So you get right next to Pivot here.
That's
Ow.
all I want to do. Just be like, oh. And that's it. Just, huh.
Perfect.
How's it going?
It is Look Down's turn.
I run immediately for her. I have 35 movement. You let me know how far it gets me.
Directly for her or towards her?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
100%.
10 feet.
10 feet?
Yep.
Wait, what?
Towards Ferdata.
Verdata. Sorry,
Okay.
that's my bad.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And do you want to dash?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my dash to get
Okay.
there.
5, 10. Okay, yeah, you get right next to her. With the end of your
just-
turn here.
I just fucking stare her down. I just start running. Whoa.
And she seems to be breathing in pretty heavily with how much she kind of exhaled with her scream there.
And the entire time running there, look down, just going, get out. No. Stop.
Woo! And it is the see-through's turn. This little soldier in the corner here is going to... I'm going to have this be the last turn that he's blinded.
He was only blind one turn.
Oh, he was only blind the one turn. Okay. Okay.
Frathia.
Shit.
Frathia, shush. Shush your mouth. Shush your beautiful mouth. Fuck this guy.
Actually, no, it doesn't specify. So I guess it's up to you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of want it to be a couple of turns since these things are underground dwellers and really do not see the light of day. So...
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do, it's up to you, man.
Perfect.
Oh no.
So yet again, I'm going to roll a direction here. He is not going to roll in the direction he just went. I'm going to re-roll that because, yeah, he knows that there's a wall directly in front
He
of him.
figured it out.
7.
So proud of him.
He is going to instead turn this way and run into the wall yet again.
Oh my gosh.
And he is going to use another movement action to go. Not that one because he knows that one's not good. Not that one because he knows that one's not good. Okay, he's finally going to run 5, 10, 15, 20 feet in this direction and end his turn there. And it is Agatha's turn. She is going to stand up and kind of ready her rapier and 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15
Wait.
get right into her mother's face and say, Mother, enough is enough. Don't make me hurt you. And the mother smiles. Ferdata smiles and says,
I'm so proud of you.
and she's going to end her turn.
Can you run that by me one more time? Who's rapier?
Agatha's rapier.
Her. Okay, just making sure I was. You know,
Wait,
heard you right.
who did I say?
You said her rapier, and I just.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, it belongs to her now.
No, I just.
Hers, yeah.
It's in her hand, isn't it?
No.
Not for long.
Thames does not approve.
It is Marth's turn. Marth is going to kind of stand up, and he is relatively blind here. He can't really see much other than Pivot over in the corner here, and he is going to run over to Pivot. 25. He's going to, use his bonus movement in action here. And join up with you. We're the gang. Let's go. The gang's back together. Actually, sorry, he doesn't make it all the way because he had to use an action to get up himself. So I think it was right here. And Pivot, it's your turn.
He's gonna get up, spend his movement action to do that, then he's gonna recast Birds of a Fellite to get the birds back. And he's gonna put one on Alice and one on Marth, and send the other 30 feet up the little walkway here.
Another one up the walkway, you said?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna put it like. How far forward do you want it?
30 feet. It's maximum
35,
range.
10, 15. Okay, 30 right here. Let's see. Right there.
Sorry if that's inconvenient.
No, you're good. I just have to grab the light. And tune it down a little bit here. It's in and
20
around.
feet of break.
For some reason, the radius for these work different than the rest of them. Let's see. There we go. Perfect. And it is back to Ferdada. Ferdada, seeing that her daughter is defying her, is going to attempt to hit her with a root. She's going to give me an agility saving throw. She fails it. Give me 1d4. Josh.
There it is. Okay. Sorry, I got buried. That's 4 damage. 4 damage.
4 damage to her daughter. Which ends up being... There we go. A little bit less. And it is Alice's turn.
I don't know. It kind of seems like they're having a moment. Huh.
Meanwhile, Pivot charging up his soul cannon. What?
What did you say?
I don't know. It seems like they're having a moment. So I don't know what. I'm trying to figure out what Alice would do here. I think Alice would see how this plays out.
Okay. Yeah, just...
And not just maybe move like a little bit closer.
10 feet or so there.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds...
Seems so. Your child parents.
We hate to
So I
see the
think
child
Alice
with
would
parents
just be
fight.
like, this seems personal. I wouldn't want to intrude.
Look down. Would you like to intrude?
Uh-huh.
Go
Very
ahead.
happily so. Look down. Just starts. No. More. No. Reaches and scratches across his chest as more, and then casts Merciless Frenzy and fucking swings on this bitch.
Oh! Okay, do you want to describe what Merciless Frenzy is for the audience?
So, Merciless Frenzy. This is a long one, so strap in, folks. Lookdown begins to lose control of himself and goes on a manic frenzy for 2 rounds. During this time, Lookdown deals an additional 4d4 unarmed fighter mod and temporarily cannot be brought below his max HP. However, when it wears off, we'll get to that. But yeah, I'm just gonna do a fucking extra 4d4 to this bit. So, that is a 16 on the first one.
Okay. Yep.
To hit.
Yep. You definitely
and a
hit.
DC, I'm gonna use DC 8 con save.
She passes it with a 15.
Damn it. The other attack is a 9. Wait.
A
8
9.
and 4.
Yeah. You want to roll for damage first? Is that...
Okay, never mind. Yeah, no, I was making sure I was adding correctly. Yeah, it's a 9. So that's gonna be 6.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
That's 19 points of damage.
Okay. On the first attack there, perfect. And roll for your second attack.
I already did.
Oh, okay. So that was the 2 attacks together. Got you.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I'll re-roll though. You know.
no. And yeah, you like just start nailing her, and she you can see just the visual anguish on her face And oof, yeah, no, you wouldn't notice. It is.
Or care.
Yep, that is true. It is this see-through's turn. Seeing you attacking their leader, look down. They are going to. Oh man, yeah. 5, 10, 15. And they are going to attempt to move into the same square as Agatha here to try to push her out of the side. And she is going to attempt to push them back. They do not know that Agatha has turned on her mother, as they were blind. So, Agatha is going to attempt to push the see-through soldier. He's going to attempt to resist it. Unfortunately, he does resist it and pushes past her and moves her off to the side a little bit here. And he is going to attempt to grab you. Look down. Give me an agility saving throw.
That's not a D20. That's gonna be a 8.
An 8 fails, unfortunately. You're going to take 1d6. This was 1d6. Let me see what it was. I think it was chaos damage.
Yes. Said it was chaos. This goes through armor, right?
This, since it's touch based, there's certain things that will go through it, but no, this one he's touching directly onto the armor. So this is gonna deal 3 chaos damage.
Yo, that armor is hanging in there.
And that'll be his turn. It is Agatha's turn. And when he originally went to get into her space, she said, like, very softly, "Move." And now that he's in that space, she is going to scream, "Move!" And she is going to attempt to hit him twice. Let's see. First with the shields. The shield misses. The rapier. The rapier misses. Oh my god. Both with a 6. My goodness.
Terrible luck with that rapier, man.
No good luck. I mean, maybe it just shouldn't be hers, let's be honest.
Yes.
And it is Marth's turn. Marth is going to, seeing that he has light, he's going to turn to you, Piv, and say thank you. And
Fuck
run.
you, Marth.
Fuck you! Fuck you, fuck you!
This is your fault.
10, 15, 20, 25.
Well, this one's my fault.
10, 15, 20. He's going to charge all the way up here and get next to her. And that'll be his turn. Pivot. Go for it.
Bye. He's gonna move about 20 feet down the walk.
Oh, first of all, give me. You just take 5 chaos damage from being in the space here on the start of your turn.
Wonderful.
Give me another rolly, dude.
So, question.
Yes.
Since I'm weak to chaos damage, that doubles the damage, yes?
Yes. If it goes through the armor, yep.
Which it did. Because my armor's gone. Okay. I actually succeeded the will save.
Let's go!
Hey!
He's a
Fucking
growth
barely,
boy!
though. If it was
we
one
don't-
more damage, I would have failed.
We're not worried about that. The fact is, the matter is, you did it.
We're
Yay.
proud of you.
Yeah, so 20 feet up the walk. Wait a minute. I started my last turn in it, too. I was laying in it.
You know what I'm gonna say that is? You know what? Like, it was really just like this crazy thing. You know what I mean? Like, when you got pushed back initially, like, some dirt just kind of went right on top of the chaos itself, covered it up just ever so slightly, and you didn't take damage the first turn. We call that the DM's mistake.
Okay.
And go ahead.
I will. Let's see. I'll just hit her with another siphon for now.
Okay.
Take it as well.
Let's see. It was con, what, 11?
Con 11, yep.
Oh my, this is cursed. These dice, this D20 has rolled like a 6, like, on like 3 or 4 different occasions in a row.
Nice.
Yep, so she fails.
10 damage. And I heal back to 4.
Let's go.
The chaos giveth and taketh away.
And it looks like it really hit her pretty hard, and she's starting to kind of falter a little bit.
Wither.
She's withering away. And is that it for you, Pivot?
Yes.
Perfect. It goes back to Ferdata. She is going to let's see. She is going to attempt to put a root under Marth. Have him give me an agility saving throw, which he fails with a 7. Okay, give me 1d4. Monsieur Shuri.
Guy. Hey, cap it. That's a 1.
1 damage. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
And a chaos tile appears on the ground underneath him. And that will be her turn. Alice, go for it.
I think Alice is just here for the show at this point. It seems very handled. I think Alice is gonna move probably a lot closer, but not do any more action.
Again, around here.
Yeah.
Okay. And then just hold your turn there. And look down.
I will definitely do my action. Spinning mercilessly. That's a 16 naturally. I'm assuming that hits without any additives.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I'm gonna need a con save from you. Damn it! Roll a 1 on the team's head.
She rolls it. Dude, what are these dice? These dice are insane. She rolled a 7.
Holy shit! She's encased in ice.
Oh my
Perfect.
Hang on.
Well, she's connected to the tree and gets encased in ice. Does the tree get encased in ice?
The roots around her?
Yeah.
I would say yes.
17 points of damage.
Holy shit. Is that all together with both attacks?
That's just the first one.
Okay. Now, do keep in mind that she is in ice now.
You think my Merciless Frenzy gives a fuck?
Nope.
I swing again. 16 plus, 17, I think, total. Yeah, 17.
Okay. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Because, let me read...
Also, that 44 is only on, like, the first attack that hits, right? Like, that's not 44 every attack.
No, that is for all of your attacks. Yes.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
It's meant to be terrifying, yes.
Yes. Let's see. Status effects.
In case in ice, however, they cannot take damage from any attack that needs to make contact and needs to be heard. A frozen target must roll 2 strength saving throws of 12 or higher in order to be free from containment. Failure to do so after 2 turns will result in the target also getting frostbitten, dealing 15 damage per turn. Once that target is free, they must roll a will save of 14 or higher or strip their arm.
Okay, so if you're just hitting it, look down. Are I'm probably not going to. Yeah, the damage isn't going to go through, so you just kind of hit it.
I hit it for 19 damage.
I'm gonna say that is strong enough to give her one of her strength checks. So it's gonna break a little bit of the ice for her.
Okay. Then I immediately fall unconscious.
Oh.
Yo. And fall directly unconscious in front of her. And as you do so, Serviad, this is kind of like the last thing you see, standing above you, and you hear that muffled, "Wake up, wake up, wake up," as he's kind of just trying to grab onto your hands, but that you're just kind of flopping onto the ground, and you close them and see nothing. It is...
I just imagine it's like I punch into the ice, shatter enough of it, and then just fucking hand just goes limp, and then he just slides down.
Yeah, I think so. Just kind of slides down and just head hits the ground.
He looks so peaceful when he's sleeping.
The see-through is standing directly on a tile at the beginning here. He's going to take 5 chaos damage. Because what hurts you hurts them too. Let's see. Perfect. And he is going to attempt to grab... He sees Look Down fall into the ground, and he's going to grab Look Down. Look Down, unable to move, is going to get grabbed. And he's going to deal 1d6 damage. 6 chaos damage.
Hey, Captain. There goes the armor.
And it is Agatha's turn. She is going to once again swing twice at this unit. First with the shield. The shield is a 1, bro. What?
We lost him.
What happened?
Your audio cut.
She rolls a 1 on the shield attack.
No.
Bro, what? And a 4 on the rapier. What? How? Please.
Bruh. Are you sure there's 20 sides on that thing?
Yes. And she is going to put her shield up and use a guard reaction with her shield, just in case she gets attacked. It is Marth's turn. Marth is going to swing.
Frozen.
The ice?
Oh, true. It is frozen. Seeing as though she is frozen, completely encased in ice, and she seems like she's kind of on death's door, Marth is going to go 5, 10, 15 right here and swing at this see-through soldier. He rolls a 13, which hits. Roll me 3d4.
You got it, Captain.
And then another d4 after that.
3d4 you said? So
Yep.
4d4 you want?
Yeah, and the fourth d4 is a separate damage type.
Gotcha. Holy shit, that's 9 on the 3d4.
Oh, shit.
And an extra 2 on the other one.
Extra 2. Okay. 17 points of damage. Okay.
Whew. Yeah, I'm gonna take this fight as a lesson that I should probably swing with my left hand first, and then the Dragon Fang.
Perhaps. And that is going to be Mart's turn. Pivot, go ahead.
Would I possibly be able to use a bonus action to spell read the grabby thing?
Sure.
Let's see.
Does he get advantage because it's being used on me?
Do I?
That's fucked up.
Well, okay. Do I?
Give it a +1.
Okay. That would make it a let's see, 13.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to correlate what he is doing.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and then for my main action, I will siphon the lady in the chair. I forgot her name already.
For data.
For data.
For data, yes.
All right, and con save. Yeah, it's an 8. Okay.
10 HP.
Go ahead and run me through the actions here. What are you doing to absolutely murder this very evil lady?
Pavid, like, kind of just watches her kind of vaguely, feebly struggle inside the ice. Like, I tire of this. And he pretty much just, like, reaches his hand out and, like, grasps, like he's clenching, like, her throat, and just pulls.
Ooh.
And a little strand connects from her to his hand and feeds into him until it snaps on her end, and she is dead.
And as you do that, the ice slowly but surely starts to become a little bit more discolored and just start leaking like a water brush painting that is still yet to dry. And yes, she's very dead. It is Alice. Would you like to do anything with your turn?
I would like to. What is this? Like a little. What is by me? What am I by?
You are by a root, a very thorny root. That is moving a little bit.
Oh, it's moving a little bit.
Yep.
Never mind. I was gonna say I lean on it, but it's moving and very thorny, so never mind. I'm just gonna stand there.
Perfect.
It's gonna be like, yep. They didn't need me.
Look how far they came.
They did all that. They didn't. I'm fine here. I'm fine here.
Look down. I'm assuming that you're still passed out.
I'm still passed out.
The see-through gets a turn here. Wait a second. Oh no. How much HP does he have?
Yeah, see, Pivot gets another chance to get the spell.
No.
Unfortunately, the Herbetian, Yep, he's still on the tile. He takes 5 chaos damage. He kind of just like looks down briefly after seeing Ferdata dies.
You what?
He looks down. He looks down. After seeing Ferdata die, and just kind of like kneels onto the chaos corrupted soil, and cries, "Mother!" as he slowly dissipates and starts being consumed by chaos and lays into the tile. And that is the end of combat.
Right at the end of the song, too. Let's go.
Whew. Marth looks over to Agatha and says, "Thank you, I appreciate." And she stops him, puts her her finger to her mouth, and just kind of gives him like a shh. And as she does that, a small silence kind of falls over the room, and you hear a lot of noise in the room outside of yours. And it's kind of like shuffling around, a bunch of like kind of agitated growls and moaning, as well as a few words being exchanged between what you'd assume a couple of people, and it's very, very hushed though. It's hard to tell what it is. And a couple minutes pass, and she takes her finger down.
While they're waiting, Puid's gonna walk over to examine the magic seal on the water.
Perfect. You go to examine the magic seal on the water, and what would you like to examine about it?
Just like the properties of how it was created, what consists of its origin, and basically if there's any method he could know of to get rid of it.
So you already gave me an observation check. Give me, are you looking for magical properties?
At the moment, yes. Magical.
Okay, give me an arcane.
It was a 19.
So what you can tell, you can't really deduce exactly how it was formed, but you can tell that this was indeed probably the work of the Hypolic Fairy that they were talking of. And the fog, as you kind of go to put your hands towards it at all, you can just kind of feel the force of the fog itself. It seems like it's highly pressurized and holding the water back itself. As to how it's kind of being formed, you're not entirely sure.
Could I get an idea of like what kind of energy was put into it?
Oh, sure. This is pure chaotic energy for sure.
Okay. Does it seem like it's getting fed consistently?
Yes.
Like magic sustaining it?
Yep.
Okay. So ideally, we kill this Hypolic Fairy, and it should clear up.
Yes, from what you could probably tell, that would be the case. Yeah.
Okay.
And once Agatha puts her finger down, she says,
It should be safe to proceed now. I'm sorry about Mother. She's not always bad.
I'm sorry that you had to raise your weapon against your own family. Is there any information whatsoever that you can tell us about this Hypolic Fairy? That we could know of. We do, I hope you understand, need to take care of this situation still.
Of course. The Hypolic Fairy talks to us. With me, rarely. For some reason, I'm a bit different. She doesn't like to talk to me very often. But the rest, my brothers and sisters, and Mother, they talk to her often. She tells them to do things. Bad things. And she is the reason that the springs are dry.
And Marth kind of taps his foot a little bit and runs his hand over his chin and says, I'm assuming that there's no way we can probably talk to this Hypolic Fairy of yours. Would they listen to reason?
No. Mother was more reasonable than the Hypolic Fairy. The Exalted One does not like to listen. the Exalted One likes to say.
Right.
Would you be able to guide us to her?
And Agatha kind of stops for a second and thinks. She looks over kind of the dead bodies in the room and turns back to Marth and says,
Many brothers and sisters still here. But not for long. They will leave the well. They will fight. And then I will bring you to her.
and she goes to push her brother over here and drags Look down just ever so slightly out of the way.
Well, I would have actually gained consciousness and just been sitting there at this
Oh,
point
okay,
while they
perfect,
were
perfect.
talking. Yeah.
You gain
But I would have
consciousness.
just been... Yeah. But I would have just been sitting there.
And she kind of walks towards you, Look down. Would you like to move out of the way at all?
I don't move.
She like steps in between your legs and over you,
That's fine.
and she kind of pushes her mother a little bit to the side of the throne and sits down next to her and kind of just like nestles up next to her. And she says,
We'll leave soon.
right, okay, take your time. We still have plenty of time to get this job done, so. Everyone,
Exactly say that. It's not much at all.
Well, we only did spend a couple of hours up there. Is the Hyrbolic Ferry far from here?
Not too far. Getting there will be the hard part. You might need rest.
And Marth, kind of realizing that everybody is kind of taken a bit of a beating, says,
Yeah, I suppose we could all benefit from a small rest.
and he is going to walk away from these chaos tiles for God's sake, and sit on the ground over here.
Vid's gonna walk over and start examining the roots. Like the spiky ones.
So yeah, give me an observation check.
That is a 17.
So, from what you're observing, yes, they do have thorns all over them. They are moving. It seems like whatever they are attached to is still alive and is indeed organic life. And
So they're still alive, not
yes,
dried up now that she's dead. Okay.
and these roots are relatively large. They are probably about, I would say, 8 feet in length altogether.
Vid's gonna go examine the roots up by the lady.
You go to examine the roots up by her, and give me just what you're just looking at them. Run me through the process. Are you trying to figure out anything in particular about them?
He's basically trying to examine it from both a magical and natural point. Where
Okay.
it's like, are they still alive? Were they channeling magic while they were alive, or if they are still alive? Like, and if they were channeling magic, what was their purpose for doing so?
Okay, give me an arcane check.
Ooh, that's a 10.
from what you can tell, there's nothing really. You don't get any kind of magical vibe from these roots at all.
Okay.
And give me a nature if you wish for that as well.
Yes. Ooh, that's a lot better. 21.
These are normal tree roots.
Huh.
Yep. It seems like they've been here for a while. To a tree that is still alive. But yeah, just normal tree roots.
Okay, absolutely natural. She was just kind of leeching off it a little bit, being tied into it.
She from kind of what you could tell, the roots were just kind of wrapped around her, seeming as though she was there for a really long time and didn't really move. She just kind of had roots growing in and around her.
Gotcha. Okay. So it was just a chair. Whoa, whoa.
And yeah, seeing you observe those other roots, Marth does kind of take notice that they're moving, and he is going to ask Agatha, "Is there something up with those roots? They seem a bit off."
They are the roots to the great Schkumpf.
What?
Are you saying what, Pippin?
Yes.
The great Schkumpf, guardian of our little area here. He was corrupted by the fairy. He still acts as our guardian, but I don't know where he is right now.
Hopefully we will not have to face him to do with the fairy.
I don't believe so, unless he returns. He went somewhere.
He left?
Yes, he left a little while ago. He told Mother why I did not hear.
Please, spell out Schkumpf for me.
SHKUM F, I believe here. Let me look this up. SHKUMF. Yep. Schkumpf.
Such a fucking weird name.
That is, it is inspired from a monster that I thought was real as a child. So it was named the Schkumpf. And would you all like to take a short rest, or would you like to do something with your time?
I don't suppose a short rest would restore my spell points, huh?
No, unfortunately.
That's alright.
I mean, I'm not
plenty
moving
of
from here.
weed.
I got some weed for that. What'd you say, Look Down?
I'm not moving unless somebody wants to try and do something. I'm just sitting.
Okay, perfect. Alice, anything?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to have you all gain a quarter of your max HP back.
Gonna make me do math.
I'm assuming for you it just brings you up to full. Because
Wow,
I don't
that's
think
a pretty big assumption.
I don't think you really took much damage through your armor. Heals Marth up to full.
I'm already at full.
And for Agatha, did she get hit? I don't remember. She did. She's back up to full. All right. And a little time passes. I would say probably about like in around the 30-minute mark. Agatha kisses her mother on the cheek, and like nods her head as if to say a small prayer before standing up and walking over. You look down. And she says,
The soldiers have passed. We should be free to roam now.
They're going to fight up on the surface after the King's Coven's propagations, no?
What they will do is suicide. We don't last long against them.
How many of your brothers and sisters are down here?
she takes a second to kind of recall to herself. And she replies,
16.
16.
There are young ones too, but they cannot move yet.
Hopefully we can deal with the ferry before there are too many casualties. I
Yes.
hope they will come to their senses.
Can I ask you to help me save the ones that cannot leave?
How do you mean?
My small brothers and sisters, still sapling, have not grown feet yet. They're in the nursery.
and Marth kind of stands up and he says,
Yes, I think we could be able to do that for you. Is it close by? Very close by.
and she kind of like starts to walk forward and says,
Follow me. Leave,
I-
mother.
I have one question.
Yes.
Would it be wise to try to move them first, or should we try to deal with the ferry first? I imagine moving them would put them in danger, no?
They're underground here. In danger. They will drown.
Ah, yes, you're right. I forgot. My apologies. He's
Nope.
gonna kind of turn to Marth and
Mhm.
just to inform him, once we kill the ferry, those wards will disappear. So, wherever we are within the underground, we need to escape fast.
Great. Okay. What is our nearest point of exit, if you don't mind me asking, Agatha? From the Hyrbolic Ferry.
and she kind of like thinks to herself, and I actually have to think to myself.
From the Hyrbolic Ferry, where we entered originally. Okay.
So yes, we don't really have much of an idea for how fast these springs are going to start to fill this area. We'll have to proceed very quickly once we do defeat this Hyrbolic Ferry.
With how pressurized they are, I wouldn't be surprised if they flood the tunnels within minutes.
Yeah.
There's a lot being kept down here.
Does anybody have any ideas of how we might be able to get down there and deal with this without putting everybody in danger? How deep is this Hyrbolic Ferry?
Hyrbolic Ferry is...
And she like takes her hand out and starts trying to count on her hand.
Down.
Alice rolls her eyes.
Oh, goody, another one that can't count.
Yep.
Well,
This is tough. I don't want to endanger any of you by just taking care of a solution.
I mean, it's that or the entirety of the coven gets butchered.
Perhaps we could drag this hyperbolic ferry out of its underground?
Try to lure it further into the tunnels.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Otherwise, we might be in kind of grave danger. We're kind of risking a lot by just doing this.
Yes. Let's see. At best, trying to mark out our path so we at least know which directions to head while leaving in case Agatha is somehow incapacitated during the fighting.
Yeah.
That would be wise, so at least we know where to go. I don't have any rope, otherwise I'd suggest attaching rope up to the ceiling to try and give handholds if the tunnels flood quickly. Otherwise, luring her out might be an option, but it depends on how intelligent this fairy is. If she realizes it's a ploy, she'll likely fall back.
And Agatha thinks to herself and says,
Hyperbolic fairy, exalted one, is smart inside here.
and she points to Alice's head. And then she says, but not here, and points to her head, as if to represent that it's the fairy.
So saying she's good at getting into other people's heads, but not tactically intelligent.
Yes, light bearer.
I see. Then perhaps luring her out might be effective, but it depends on this mind effectiveness of hers. If she sees the ploy, she might try to.
And she thinks to herself once more and says,
Mother sent me down to sing to the hyperbolic fairy many times. The exalted one enjoys music.
Do you think we could lure her away with music?
and she kind of thinks and says,
Yeah, yes. I think. I don't know.
It's worth a try, at least. Would your other brothers and sisters also follow such sound?
No. They only think.
and she points to Alice's head again.
What the exalted one thinks.
I see. Okay. So I guess let's do what Pivot said. I think that's a pretty sound plan. Let's map out an area to get back out, and then we can start to proceed downward.
Yes. Follow me, light bearers.
She turns around. And Marth will follow.
Vivid will follow as well.
Alice?
Alice is gonna look down. Just be like, I don't.
He makes no move to get up or follow, so.
Alice is gonna go to look down. And ask what's the matter.
No. Many voices. I have no control.
Hmm.
Why do they make me do what I don't want to?
I have no idea. But as many times as people slip, you still have the opportunity to make your own choices. I don't know what that was or what any of that was way before, but there's always opportunity to either make up for it or do what you want to.
No, look down will actually look at you.
Oh my god.
I hope that I can. I'm tired of being used against my will.
And then Alice is gonna kind of have like a look that she was taken aback by that because some part of that just kind of hit her. And then she's just gonna reach out her hand and say, well, you gotta prove it.
Look down, takes Alice's hand.
And then Alice is just gonna follow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then just follow. Right behind Pivot.
Oh, these guys have moved on a little bit. They're kind of all crawling through the hole. So you guys are just a little bit behind.
As we're walking towards the hole, look down, will. You okay?
And you all proceed through the hole. And so, ooh. from what you can see, she moved right back through from where she originally started, and she shows you where the ladder is and how to get back out. And then she says,
This way, light bearers.
she heads over in this direction. Marth follows, assuming the rest of you probably.
Yep.
Yes.
Big old
Uh,
line.
Look down does not follow like a busted dog this time. I just want to say this, at least that much has changed.
Let's go!
It's a double kicked puppy now.
You only be mindfucked so many times. Holy shit.
Yep.
Is that another hole?
It is another hole.
Oh,
It
fuck.
seems that this is
Like-
kind of how they live their lives.
Trying not to lose it when it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go towards this thing that controls people's brains, and I was like, oh yeah, have fun getting looked down to do that. Ah.
You gotta kill it to make it stop.
Yeah, but it's like, this isn't the only thing that it's happened with, right? Like, it's the fact that it was like, ever since we've come here, this is
Been nothing but
now
bad.
twice. Yeah, it's now twice that I have been made to fight the party. Or be a fucking monster. Boy, howdy,
It's
how
twice
that
you've
probably
been
feels.
mind controlled, and the third time you've been wrested from your own control.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, this freedom ain't all it's cracked up to be. It's the same shit, just now I'm not in a cell. Cool.
Welcome to the real world.
You're gonna start making Lookdown feel guilty for attacking Pivot? Jeez, Louise. Okay, actually,
Pivot's first instinct was to blind everyone and fucking book it.
okay, peek behind the curtain. Lookdown feels real bad about attacking Pivot both fucking times this has happened now.
Pivot's poor leather armor, the cool dope ass armor.
You can just see on the back, it's like just hanging by threads, pretty much.
Oh
See
man,
the
yeah,
fist impact.
my armor's just like dangling, just fucking like shredded. Actually, I don't know what Chaos Armor does to armor, but whatever it does, it's...
It hurts
Kind
for
of
sure.
warps it. I would imagine, like, kind of twists it, bends it, makes it weird.
Just imagine there's like pieces of it that's melded into Lookdown at this point. It's just like, oh fuck, yeah, that's
Gotta dig those ones out. So as you walk into this small room, it's closed off, and there's just like a tiny, small amount of just light peering from a small, tiny hole right here, and this one vine plant is kind of going around the plant in the middle here, and trying to suffocate out the plant to try to get to the light. And they are all potted. None of these are in the ground itself. And she walks over to the plants and starts kneeling before them. And she kind of just brushes her hand up and down like the small plants that are clearly suffering. They're not getting enough light. It seems like they might be, from what you guys can tell, slowly adapting to the lack of light, but it seems very unhealthy for them.
Fid's kind of looking at the plant strangling the other ones. He's just gonna say, "Is that normal?"
By Herbitions, only the strong live. Not uncommon. The ones
Lookdown.
that-
Which one's being suffocated?
This one in the middle here. There's a
the
vine
middle?
that's trying to suffocate the light from it.
Lookdown gets like real close to it and kneels down. And just kind of observes it.
And you've seen plenty of like plants up until this point now, Look Down. These ones seem kind of relatively different in the fact that they move a lot more. You can see that this this vine plant is kind of wrapping itself around this plant in the middle here, and just reaching towards the light.
So this is, and they said that this is like the seedlings, so these are herbaceans.
Yep, these are
Like,
all herbacean plants. Yep.
I guess I asked that in the sense that, like, do you think Look Down would be able to piece that together?
From what Belle Verlight had told you initially in the forest look down, she had told you that there's a bit of a hierarchy to the way herbaceans kind of act. So they like to plant their children in hard to grow places. For that kind of, when they grow out of that, it shows status. So based on, you know, them living in like really, really rough places, if they manage to do so properly, they end up becoming big people in the Herbacean society itself. So yeah, that kind of resonates a little bit with you when you understand it.
I take the middle plot.
Pick up the middle plant here.
Yep.
Oops, let me toggle these together. And Martha's gonna grab the flower here.
I don't suppose you have a method of carrying them up to the surface that we could use.
Ladder's the only way up.
Wow.
It's going to be difficult to carry the plant and get up the ladder at the same time.
I have to try. I understand if you can.
And she grabs the plant in front of her.
I'm just trying to brainstorm a way that we might safer secure them so we can climb and carry.
You can't climb a ladder with one hand?
No. Especially not one as tall as a fucking skyscraper.
That's understandable, honestly.
Wait, I have. Oh man, Josh has an idea. Look Down doesn't. It's not a good one, but I have.
I don't suppose any of you have twine, rope, thread, anything of the sort?
I know you're not asking me, but I just had to laugh as if you were.
And you see Agatha turn around and her eyes widen a little bit, and she says,
Rope. Yes. Rope.
and she kind of disappears and walks out and
Okay, so
leaves
hear
to
me
another
out.
area.
Hear me out. We have Pivot carry 2, Look Down carry 1, and then Pivot just sits on Look Down's shoulders as he climbs the ladder.
Oh, God.
That is the worst idea I've ever heard.
What's the worst that could happen?
I got a good strength. What are you talking about?
You think Pivot's got good balance, sir?
You're just gonna be wrapped around me. That's all. Or you know what? Piggyback. You know what? We'll do that. You can just have like 2 hands and you just wrap it around like this across the chest, and then you have your legs wrapped around my waist, and then I just climb with one hand like I'm King Kong. It's great.
How am I supposed to carry any pots if I'm wrapped around you like a fucking monkey?
No. You just have it wrapped around like over his chest with each pot in each hand, and then you use your forearms to hold yourself against me.
Yeah, but you won't
Use
be
a
able to
piece of
climb because there's
clothing
potted
like a
plants between
swaddle.
you and the ladder.
No, because they'd be over by like my shoulders, and like I'd be leaning back because I have to use one hand to jump up to the next one.
Oh my gosh.
You're
I'm not doing
overcomplicating
that.
this.
Pivot is not doing that. He will never do that. Fuck
Like I
that.
said, I had an idea. It wasn't a good one. but I had one.
And Marth stands up and he's like,
Oh. Look down your clothes. Where did your clothes go?
Oh yes, the sheets. We could use those.
and Marth's like, I'll be right back. I think I know approximately where they were. They were... You had them before the tunnel, yeah?
Yes, in tunnel and room.
Right. I'll be right back.
At
he
the
kinda
mention
guides
of that,
himself.
look down, looks at his hands again.
Oh God, no.
Oh god.
Oh no. And
And then looks at Alice.
Thank you for spinning me.
so you're not
Well,
just
I mean,
looking at the wall.
She could be. Well, I mean, I figured she just watched him leave, and it's not like a creepy stare, but it's the like looks at hands, thinks about it, then looks at Alice, remembers what Alice said, and like that's what that look is. It's not.
But it's gonna go over and examine the saplings.
These ones over here you'd like to?
Yes.
So from what you can kind of observe about the saplings, it seems like actually give me a nature check.
Common Monsterpedia or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really? That's the one. Okay.
It's a nat 20.
Yeah, it is. It's a 26.
So you look at these plants, and they're most definitely small herbaceous species. Definitely not meant to be growing down here. From what you can kind of spin around and see on the other side, even the ones that are over there that have a little bit of light are desperately trying to cling to it. Inside the actual pots themselves, they are quite dry. There's not a lot of water in them because it kind of seems like they have to go elsewhere to actually go grab water itself for the most part as it's being suppressed. These herbaceous children or saplings rather look like, from what you can tell, since it was such a good roll, that only a couple of them will survive in the situation that they're currently in. These ones in particular, this one and this one here, they look incredibly dried out. There's no leaves on them. It seems like they're suffering.
Would I be able to tell what the effects of more light and more water being introduced suddenly would do to them?
Yes. So sunlight kind of at this point in moderation would be the best approach to probably get these trees back in a healthy spot. So like maybe in like the shaded forest area, as long as they're getting some semblance of light. But they desperately do need water. Not as much water as you would kind of normally give to a plant because it would definitely suffocate it, go right through the soil itself, as if like maybe even the desert. But yeah, it definitely needs some water for sure, in moderation.
I poured a bottle of wine.
Thanks for nothing, Pavelli. Ah! You just hear just a little scream, a little.
So just waiting for Buvelli to pop out one of the pots and be like, "Oh, perfect timing. We need something that can get these plants out of here."
You got more water on you?
Pavelli gets a little angry.
Any real you want. Look down's in a killing mood.
Look down just passed out from being a murderer.
You know, I choose to block that from my memory so I don't have to deal with it.
I'm not gonna lie, it was real hard not to just say I would like to rage.
I would like to rage. Would anybody like to do anything at the moment in here?
Pippin's gonna start moving them out into like the well room.
Perfect. You start kind of
Just
moving them
very
out
slowly.
slowly.
Should
Maybe
have
you're
Marth
right.
put down the flower one?
Yes, he put down the flower one for now.
Alice is taking the flower one.
This one's mine now. And Alice, as
he's
you
taking the ones in most critical condition and trying to like place them under a spot where they can get the most moonlight at the time.
okay,
At least
perfect.
give them a little bit of semblance of nourishment.
Oops, let me mark these
I'm
together.
not taking the plant out of the spot.
I'm trying to just make sure these two are
Time to
together.
plant a seed. Time to rip
Yeah.
it up.
Rip it out.
Moonlight.
There we go. Now it's together. And this one.
Starlight, starlight, starlight.
And yeah, you bring both of these plants out here. I'm actually going to move these two for now. She went this
Also,
way, Marth went this way.
I would just be like investigating the one that I have. Oh, wait a minute! I know how we do this. We just take a bunch of those bones and we put them in on a table of some sort that you could craft on, and you make it into bone meal, and then you just introduce it to the plants, and they'll be perfectly fine. They'll grow immediately.
I mean,
That's how it works, right?
Here's some carbon. Eat up.
tasty, tasty. As you pick up the plant, Alice, this little flower, it does like a little like, not necessarily. It kind of outwardly looks like a dance to you, but it seems to just be like kind of moving around because it's not just stationary in the one dark area now. It seems to be a little bit happy.
Oh, it's doing a little jig.
Doing a little dance.
I just imagine the sunflower from Plants vs. Zombies. It's our first thought.
It's dancing, but it's got a sad frown on it.
Wonderland.
Oh, okay.
They start bullying Alice because Alice is in them. Alice will take her flower and put it by the ladder.
Put it by the ladder as well. Perfect.
Yeah. Walking over there going like, wow, it's dancing.
Mark is all the way out in Buku fuck nowhere for now.
That sounds about right for him. Fuck that guy.
He's holding on to the wall trying to guide himself along. Look down, what would you like to do? Are you keeping this here for now?
I'm holding on to it.
Okay. Are you following the rest of them, or are you staying here for now?
I probably stay for a little too long because I'm just kind of like inspecting this flower before I realize that everybody's left. And then can I see the rest of the room? Because there's one other one that's in there, right?
Yep. There is another one over there.
I walk over to it and I place the one I'm holding next to it and just see what happens.
Oh. It falls out of the plant. You place it over to the other one here. Look down. And both of them seem kind of too small to interact with one another. But you can see that the one you moved in particular is starting to kind of move around now. It's a bit lively. And the one that's next to it to the right is very stiff. It seems like it's struggling.
I grab both and I leave.
Perfect.
It was more of a does it seem like emotions change when they're next to each other?
No, not really. Doesn't seem like anything outwardly changes.
Gotcha.
They're dynamic. And you grab onto these bad boys.
Isn't enough.
So as you're doing this look down, both of you are over in this room here, over by the ladders, stacking these plants. You hear a small, scritchy sound slowly getting closer to both of you.
Son of a bitch.
Coming
I'll send one of my birds into that dark corner.
into this corner over here.
Yeah.
Okay. You light
Just
it
to see
up.
what's coming.
Let's see. You light it up here. Let me have this shine through the darkness, I think. Ooh. Please stop. Thank you. Shine through fog. And as you kind of place it, you see something walk into the picture here, and it is a big
It's shiny!
It is a big rat, and in its mouth you kind of spy something inside of it.
Keen, is that a golden spatula? Keen.
I don't know, is it? You roll me an observation check and find out.
Yeah, I think I need an observation check to 21.
Yeah, so you kind of start to walk out with these plants, and you place them on the ground here.
Nope. I hold on. I keep holding on to the other one.
Okay. For this one here, let me
Yep.
mark this and bring this to you. And you see, yes, it is in fact a golden spatula, and this rat is just kind of like walking up and down the halls, like just very attentively, and sees you all kind of grouped up at the ladder, and you have like the plants in your hands, and he starts going.
Oh my god.
And
The fuck?
he looks around and sees that nobody's coming, and then once again like sits down and goes.
I'm gonna shoot it with lightning.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Okay, go ahead and roll for the hit. You sick fuck.
It's screaming.
wanna
It's gotta
help.
die.
It's
Fuck! I missed.
Oh no.
it was a warning shot.
Got a 2. Fuck.
You go to fire the lightning, and it kind of just hits the wall here, scares the rat, and he runs as fast as he possibly can into Marth, who appears in the hallway, bumps into him, and Marth just gives a ugh and swings his sword at the rat. Oh no. Let's see. Oh no! Marth actually nat 20s his rat. Can you roll 3 d20s for me and then another d20?
A D20.
Oh, sorry, three d4s. That's my bad. Yeah,
I was gonna say, I
not
don't need to roll.
d20s. Trust me, not d20s.
Okay, so 3d4s.
Yep,
And
and
then
then
an
an
extra
extra.
D4?
Yep.
Let's see here. Okay, it's not gonna be max damage, sadly.
Jesus, this
Six for
rat.
the first 3,
Okay.
and then 2 for the last one.
Let's see, 6 and 2. Oh no. Yeah, so Marth takes his greatsword and brings it right down on this rat who's kind of unsuspectingly just running into him, and it cracks right through its skull, and it goes right into the ground with its ass just right into the air, like with such great force. You see a light plume, and you are all hastened for a round.
I climbed the ladder.
No.
I'm just saying, if we were going to do this in a quick manner, we could each take one and use that hastened round to get as quick to the top as quickly as possible. Is all I'm saying.
And by the time Marth kills the rat, Agatha comes back with some rope in her hand and says, Gertrude.
Oh.
He came at me. Sorry, I wasn't really sure what was going on with this rat. It looked like it was approaching me. It's okay. Gertrude lived long life. Gertrude
Gosh.
was our warden.
Oh my gosh. You just killed their pet.
You know, it'd be like that sometimes.
You
And
gonna kill Steven too?
Maybe if he screams a lot. It's annoying
Whoa.
players.
Steven
Whoa.
is trained.
Well, tell him not to scream, huh?
He screams
Not
when
that
he's
fucking
hungry,
hard.
or when he needs to be let out.
He just
It's a very
screams
smart
and
rat.
then it just fires off lightning at him.
How to speak.
You will die. Agatha seems a little bit sad about this one. Like, somehow sadder than kind of what was happening to her brothers. She, like, kneels down to Gertrude and reaches in her pocket. She has a little satchel on her side and grabs out some cheese. And
she has the satchel.
Yep. And places some cheese down in front of Gertrude and says, "Enjoy, Gertrude.
Oh my god.
I'll miss you."
This is so sad.
And gets back
that
up
cheese is gonna go bad. We could use it for Steven.
That's true. Swipe it, Mark.
Yeah, Marth just like kind of peeks and he's like,
Alice is wide-eyeing at Marth, looking down at the cheese. Get it.
I hate you. Martha kind of steps around the rat just to like give it some room so he's not stepping at the cheese or the rat, and walks over and says, "Yeah, it has a weird spatula in its mouth. Is that normal?"
They gave Gertrude a present for being a good boy. It fell in the well. Someone didn't want it.
Oh!
Is
That
hilarious.
Alice said. I'm taking the first O, like Alice actually said. It.
Oh god.
Oh! Alice is gonna say, I kind of know who that belongs to. Do you think?
Yes, Gertrude.
Do you think like I know who it came from the surface, to honor Gertrude, I think I should return it to the first owner. This way she can prosper and live on through every meal that he cooks. And I'll tell him too. I'll say you gotta put a plaque up that says by Gertrude or whatever you deem worthy, and it'll be this whole thing, and we could put a picture or something. It's just kind of
Do you have a
trails
picture
off
of
and goes
Gertrude?
like, I don't know, picture of Steven.
Picture?
Like a painting or something in her likelihood. We could get a tiny little statue whittled from wood.
Oh, painting.
And she like cuts herself open just a little bit, like a little pinprick on her finger.
Oh,
And-
jeez, what the fuck?
And it just draws a little bit in the dirt.
Pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can I have the spatula so we can put this painting picture? You can even do it, and I'll make him put it in the kitchen or out for people to see.
And she like looks back at Gertrude and then looks to you, and give me a persuasion check.
Oh my god. I'm so
Look.
scared.
Look, we all know one way or another that spatula's coming out of that rat's head.
Oh! It's a 20.
Let's go.
I'm so persuasive.
It's amazing to see Alice get something without stealing it first.
You finally
Character
see.
growth right there.
Yeah, right.
Because it didn't, like, if Alice would have noticed, if Alice would have noticed, like, right off the bat, then it would have been stealing. But because it was just so like, oh, I remember.
right,
I forgot about
right.
that. Oh.
Completely forgot until you said his name. Or until you said the chef. And I was
duck.
like, oh shit, yeah.
Alice
Good-
just had
good
a,
job.
oh, the duck. Yeah, I was supposed to. Yeah, okay.
Good shit. Good shit.
And when she looks back and looks towards you, she smiles finally for the kind of first time that you've seen her, and says,
Yes.
Do you want me to go get it, or do you want
Yes.
to get, okay.
It makes me sad.
Understandable. If something happened to Steven, I would be in your same boat, and then Alice is gonna go over there.
Whistles
Gently,
innocently.
as gently as possible. Get the spatula.
You go to the spatula is inside the rat's mouth, which is currently
This is-
crushed
I'm
into the
crushing it
ground.
more.
Just give me like a strength check really quickly.
Oh. Oh no. It's a 3.
Yeah, you go to like nudge out like the spatula itself, and it's got like an iron grip on it. Give me another one.
I walk over and help.
It's a 13.
Hey, unless I don't need to.
13. You start to move it in the rat's mouth itself. It starts coming out like a little bit, but it's still kind of like it seems like it's stuck on a tooth.
Oh my god.
Need help.
No, I can. I think I can. I think I can do it on my own. I just don't want to manhandle Gertrude.
You can.
I can do.
Yeah. Well, no, you said I think I can do it, and he just says no, you can.
Oh, okay.
That was it. Yeah.
I'm gonna go again. I was gonna go again. Try to yank it.
Perfect.
I know
One more
it's-
try.
It's hard with non-sentences to wonder if Lookdown's gonna keep talking or not.
Yeah. Jeez.
I
I
believe.
hate this rat. I hate this rat.
What'd you roll?
Steven would never. Steven would never. I rolled a 10.
So you go to like grab it, and it seems like it's still kind of stuck in the teeth. So realizing that that's probably not going to get you anywhere, by just trying to grab the spatula, you reach for the actual top of the rat's head and lift it, and you hear just like,
Ew.
and the spatula comes free.
Yeah, so easy. Wow. Then like wipe off my hand and the spatula on like the floor.
I thought you were gonna say look down.
No.
Yeah, take this.
I was gonna say like on my own cloak, but then I was like, no, that's gross. That's even grosser.
Yeah.
So just wiping it on the floor as much as I can.
And I'm gonna put this just put it in your inventory for me. I'm gonna get it off the map.
No, we need the glitter. We need the.
Do you want to? Okay, here. Let me put
We
it to
need
the
the
top
shiny.
at least then, and then group it up with you.
Now Alice is super shiny. Now we got shiny
She's
Alice.
sparkly as fuck.
Yay.
I don't know why it's in your mouth, but
Don't put it there, please.
it's too late. It's too hard to move. It's two objects.
All I'm hearing is when.
Wah. Life is damn hard. I hate players. They make life hard.
And Agatha hands the rope off to Marth. And Marth is kind of like tying some bed sheets together, to try to just like make it a big pocket for them to hold some plants in, as if to make a Saint Nicholl sack, perhaps.
That sounds weird.
Oh, it is.
Sack's some kind of sling, so it's secured to the body.
Yeah. And so he starts like kind of carefully. He goes actually to grab the other two plants here, or sorry, the other one plant, I should say. Fuck!
That one.
Fuck it.
I
It's
was gonna have Pavid do that, but then I shot a rat, so.
There are more important matters at hand. Just lock that, and then I can just do this.
Look, it was trying to set off the alarm, right? I can't let that shit slide.
Marth starts placing the plants into the sack and kind of grouping them up together to make it so they're kind of next to each other and easier to carry.
Pavid's gonna say to God, I keep forgetting names today.
Agatha?
Yes, Agatha.
Yep.
I would recommend that you keep them in the shade for a while. let them adjust to having more sunlight. Um, they are definitely struggling. At least it indicates the two that are closest to the ladder. Definitely these two are struggling the most.
Yes, light bearer. We'll put them. Hmm?
What what do you mean by that title?
Light bearer.
And she points up to the end of the well, up towards the sky.
Ah, you mean we're gonna bring the light to you and your people, so you can live outside of these confines?
Mother called people outside of home light bearer. She meant it in bad ways. I mean it in good.
I see. You consider yourself a light bearer then?
We should go.
Okay.
Wow, Pivot should try. Every time Pivot tries to do something nice, just fucking. All right.
You hit a little bit of a sore spot. And yeah, she starts kind of carefully putting the plants together.
I did just shoot lightning at her pet, so.
That is true.
Fair.
Um,
You didn't know.
Yeah, it was an alarm. That's all I knew.
Marth goes over to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Look down.
What?
What? Marth goes over to you, look down, and says,
Could we get the plant that you're holding? Look down.
Oh man. He looks over at the plant that was strangling it. No.
What do you wish, light bearer?
Kind of cringes at that name, but I don't know.
Can I have my sister?
I hand it to her.
perfect. You hand the sister. Oh my goodness. Not again. You know what? It's together. Don't worry about it. You hand it off to her, and she nods her head to you and says,
Sister doesn't have a name yet. Do you like my sister, Lightbearer?
Such a weird question in this setting.
Ayo.
That was a little weird, yeah. That was.
she's very socially awkward. It's okay.
No, it's perfect. I mean, it's perfect because so am I.
We all are. Mostly.
In our own ways, we are. Yeah.
Would you like to name her? Mother always did. No longer mother.
I have to check my notes real quick. Um. Hmm. Let me think.
Gertrude.
Gertrude, let's. No, she nods her head and turns, brings the plant over to the sack and places it down. And immediately, this plant starts to try to reach out to once again place its vines on this plant. And Agatha bends down, grabs the branch of the plant, and bites it off, the part that's reaching, and consumes it.
Oh.
And then she puts the she wraps up the plants together in the sack. And she says,
I'll be right back.
and she's gonna try to grab all these plants here. Let me try to. There's so many bones here. Oh god, there's multiple bone piles. Oh god, they're invisible. Okay, these are all coming. And zoop, they disappear up with Agatha. And it takes kind of longer than it would normally as she's carrying. Oh, perfect. She comes back down the ladder after a couple minutes later than usual. And says, thank you.
I approach her. I have name.
Yes?
Grace.
Grace. Beautiful. Grace it is.
And once again, she seems rather pleased. And she takes a couple seconds to just enjoy the moment, and then realizes that she needs to get back to helping you, help everybody else out, essentially. And she says,
Follow me, light bearers.
and Marth follows behind her.
Oh boy, we following.
Oh yeah, yes.
Following.
Okay, perfect. You all follow into... Let me just get everybody in order here. Here we go.
I know that I don't know if marching order is important, and I don't want to be that guy in case it is. I would not be next to pivot unless this is just to move the tokens.
No, this is just to move the tokens.
Okay. I just wanted it to be
Falling off the map. So you head into this next area here.
What?
And in front of you is 6 like stone like hexagons. And
oh fuck, should have brought the plants.
What?
There's 6 hexagons and there were 6 plants.
it's all coming together. Ghost boys.
Wait a minute, are we going to an airport? Like, are those turnstiles? Like,
they do seem like they are something that would turn, yes. And there is a sign in the room, and the sign says, let me find the
wish I knew.
Yep, to anybody that is reading it, who can read rather. The sign simply states, where is it here? What I follow and what Hellspring used to be. And luckily, Agatha has done this quite a few times. So she kind of starts kneeling down to, like, inspect the letters. She doesn't really know the letters by the letters themselves, but understands, like, the symbols. And so she starts moving things. Start spinning this around here. And spins this one here. Actually, doesn't spin that one there. Spins this one, however.
Exodus. At least that.
Oh, sorry.
at least we
The
know
first
where-
one. Rather, the first one. Yeah, is this.
First. Oh, you have to do it in order.
Yeah, you have to do it in order. Unfortunately, I'll make it canon that she did it out of order the first time, though. So she spells out chaos, and then she spells out Exodus, and as she does so, a zoop
Oh,
bridge
shit.
comes down from the ceiling and
I could have made that jump.
lands below. I mean, you can if you would. Did you want to do that before she did
Fuck
it?
no. I have no reason to. I mean, I want to as a player, sure, but Lookdown's been through a lot, and jumping across a chasm just, you know.
It seems like a lot
That's
right
what
now.
he needs.
A window, maybe not even that.
Oh yeah. No, a window 100%. There's never a bad time to jump out a window. Can't help himself. So they call him. Look, jumps out a window down.
Oh my god.
Finally got a name for him. She walks across the bridge and says, "Watch your step."
I look down and
Look at the
carefully watch where I
He's the lightest, probably.
Pivot, you're going next, you said?
Yeah.
You start walking across the bridge, Pivot, and just give me an observation check.
Oh no.
Sure thing.
Please stop. Hasn't bad enough happened to Pivot?
18.
18, you hear a very similar sounding screams coming from the pit down below you. And you walk across.
Fuck.
And you recognize
Is
those
the-
screams as several Civilonians.
Oh.
And yeah, Martha's gonna walk across.
Don't look into the pit. Whatever you do, don't look in there.
I'm so glad you said that because that was what I was going to do.
Like, I am genuinely being serious here. Do not look in the pit whatsoever. We will have issues.
Are you looking at your feet instead? Looked at.
I mean, they
Like
said
where
to
you're
watch my
walking.
steps, so I'm watching where I'm walking.
Lalo, thank you.
It's
Thank you for yourself.
legitimately like an awkward walk. Also, hi,
Oh,
Lolo.
another hole.
What'd you
Son
say?
of a bitch!
Oh, another hole.
Son of a bitch!
Cowabunga.
Yes, we have yet another hole here. This hole, however, when you kind of look into it, it has a vine that is leading downward that you can at least grab onto, it seems. Agatha takes the first step and slides down. And Marth follows as well.
Problematic.
Most certainly. Do you all follow down?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Fuck. Okay.
Still watching my step where I'm stepping.
Move down one level. Here we go. So you all make your way down into this next area. And Agatha turns to the party and says, "I usually bring a brother or sister down with me. How to explain? This room I need to go in. Finds and she like kind of like moves her hand back and forth like she's grabbing onto something and trying to swing it. And she like thinks once more to herself. She's like, and she like grabs both of her hands, and it looks like she's wrapping them around something, and she goes,
Oh, like a lever.
Sure.
Pull it and it does something.
Pull. Yes. Yes, pull. I go in here. You go over there. Find lever and pull.
Ah, I see. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought lever at first, but then your second description made me go like a faucet? Twist it? Yeah.
Well, I felt like a bat at first. Like, that doesn't make sense.
And she walks into this room, and as she does, a large glass panel falls in front of her, and she says,
Please hurry.
and she wraps around it's like a cloth bandage, very, very thick, that has spikes on the inside of it. She wraps it around her wrist, and it starts bleeding her out. And the blood starts seeping into this small contraption here and begins filling up these hourglasses. And as these hourglasses start to fill up, you see this door that is locked all the way... Sorry, let me just move you as a representation. This door that's locked all the way down here, it seems to be acting as a pressure gauge for the door, and it starts to go up slowly.
Okay, well, she did say hurry.
Well, let's move quickly, people.
Follow behind.
Starts going on down the hall.
And-
the gang's all here.
You start kind of heading down the hall, and to your backs, she kind of lastly says,
Be careful.
Look down, looks at her.
Traps. Wonderful. Okay.
how would you like to go in order here?
I'll go up front and just look around.
Okay, yep.
Oh, God.
That makes sense.
Okay. Pivot's in the back then.
Pivot in the back. Alice, you want to take second or third here?
I want to be third.
They said be careful, and then Lookdown's brain was like, wait a minute, that's the thing I told Alice. And now he's just like, actually, basically looking for traps without knowing he's looking for traps.
Look down, you step into this room, and you can see pretty well here. And as you kind of step immediately into the room, you hear a voice from inside of it that says,
Mom? Mom? Where are you, Mom? Mom, I'm so scared.
I start looking for auras.
where would you like to head? You want to head in this
Towards the
direction?
voice.
Oh.
Unless I don't know which direction the voice is coming from.
It seems like
Well,
it's coming from relatively close by, probably around this direction, more so.
I will stealth.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
And then search. I think I got a decent stealth. It's an 11.
You know what? It's good enough. You start stealthing and
Yep.
walking down this hall here, and you don't actually you don't see anything down the hallway here. Do you still have your lights going, Pippin?
Let's see.
Also, just as a
Probably
And
would
add
just so
it.
he can see.
Okay.
But he's probably tuned him down to just a dim 10 foot again.
Okay, let me put him down to 10 feet here.
do I see anything in the room that I passed by?
The room that you passed by down.
Yeah, the one that's
down that way.
the one that's like right next to me.
No.
Okay.
The one with the hole right here.
Yeah.
No, you just notice that there's a hole next to like a dead end wall. It kind of seems.
Probably where the fucking lever is.
Is that where you would like to go?
Is that where the voice is coming from?
Nope.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to tell exactly where the voice is coming from, but it seemed like it was from that general direction that you headed in. So
Gotcha.
kind of, yeah. Like, it could be from either there or from where you were looking.
Oh man, this is where the one-track mindedness is a problem. If Marth comes down, then look down will say, "Don't see lever."
Did you hear that voice?
Yes.
We- She didn't say anything about a child in here, did she?
She didn't, but honestly, aberrances in what appears to be a maze is likely best to be ignored.
Yeah, I agree. We should probably proceed with caution still. Look down if you wouldn't
Must.
mind. Hmm?
What?
Maybe stick close to us?
I walk back over.
And Marth kind of like places his hand on your shoulder and says,
You can see, I'm assuming, the best in here. It seems like you're navigating relatively well. Would you mind guiding our way forward?
Okay. 4 paths.
4 paths. Okay. Do you see anything about the 4 paths?
Hole. And I point in the direction that the hole's in.
and Marth kind of looks at the hole and says,
I suppose it's worth a try. We don't know until we actually give it a shot. We don't have a lot of time
I go
either.
in.
perfect. You go in and roll me another stealth check.
I know she said to do this with expediency. Let's just say it's better. It's a 12.
You hear a voice yet again. It says,
Mama? Mama, is that you? I'm scared. I'm hurt, Mama. I need you. Help me.
Ugh. I guess I continue on.
perfect. You head straight, and is there any direction you want to go?
To the left. To the left.
This way?
Yep.
Perfect. You head down this direction. Martha's going to follow you through the hole. Allison Piven?
Probably just
Guess
follow
I'm
through
about
the
to
hall.
follow.
Crawl through the dirty, musty hole. And all of you give me a stealth check.
Just me too, or are you going with my last one?
I'm going with your last one.
Okay. I'm just getting Resident Evil 8 vibes, and if you guys know what I'm talking about. Oh,
I watched a lot of Resident Evil 8, but I can't think of what you're talking
the baby.
about. Oh God, no.
Yeah, that's all I can think right now. Ugh.
All right, here, let me roll for Marth, too. Okay.
I'd hope not. It's a 7 for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
And Alice.
19.
The voice kind of, you hear it once again, getting a little bit closer, and says,
Mommy? Mommy, you brought friends? Please get me out of here. I'm scared. I don't want to be here anymore. Mommy. Mommy. I'm hurt.
Oh,
And from around the corner, you see this creature.
fuck.
And, roll for initiation.
Oh no. There we go.
Well, at least I rolled well. 19.
19. Where's my pen?
8.
15.
Down 15. Then we got Marth. It's an 11. And the Kava Clips will be going last. Okay. Pivot. What would you like to do?
So the second he sees this thing at all, he immediately brightens the birds to 20 feet bright.
Perfect. Oops. Let me illuminate the birds here.
And he takes the spare one off his shoulder and immediately slings it at its face and detonates it.
Perfect. You throw it right at it, and I'm gonna have it roll a con save. Actually, no. Yeah. I mean, this thing is used to just being in dark places. It fails it automatically. And yes, you absolutely blind it.
Let's go.
And anything else with your turn? Do you want to move?
Can't really go anywhere efficiently, so no, I'm just
True.
kind of in the corner.
Very true. Look down. It is your turn.
I'll turn to the group and just say, "Find lever," and then I'll lunge at the guy. At this thing.
Okay. You lunge at it, and go ahead and give me a roll to hit.
So you're saying there's a chance? 13?
A 13 hits.
Sweet. I need a DCA count save.
Yes. Okay. Where's my 20? It passes with an 11.
6 on the first one. And then I rolled a 7.
6 cold
Zero
damage, you
seconds.
said?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I
And
rolled a 7 to hit on my next attack.
it hits, but as you bring your
Oh.
fist into this thing, it feels like completely weightless. It feels like your fist goes right in, and it does nothing to it.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
And it simply responds, "Mommy, mommy, you've been naughty."
Oh, fuck.
And
Get the liver so we can just leave.
it is Mart's turn, and Mart says, "Look down. Are you sure?
Yes.
Right. And he's going to run 5, 10, 15, 20, 5. He's just going to look around. He sees that there's a hole over there, but
God.
it was in 4 different directions. He's kind of assuming that leads backwards. And
Oh my God,
he ends
another
here.
hole.
Yep, another hole.
Holy shit.
And it is Alice's turn.
Alice is gonna try to pretend to be the mother.
Okay.
It's looking for a mommy. So it's time to pretend to try to be a mommy.
I'm here for it.
Okay.
So Alice is gonna try to remember. Oh wait, this is terrible for Alice to try to do this. And Alice is Alice is gonna try to slowly approach and just be like, "Why did I go this route?"
I don't know, but I'm here for it.
Alice is slowly approaching and just be like, "You're very nervously, but very kind of shakingly, but still trying to hold her ground to try to come off as motherly as possible and be like, "What are you doing, little child? What are you doing?"
Roll me a persuasion check.
Please. 18.
Oh my goodness. This thing is blind. So it kind of is like reaching around with its tendrils, grabbing onto like hard surfaces, and is like kind of spinning its head in more than a 90-degree angle. And says, "Mommy, Mommy, where are you, Mommy? I'm sorry, Mommy. Where did you go?" "Mommy, I'm scared. Please take me home."
We can go home, but what are you doing? Why are you... What are you attacking? Are you hurting people?
"No, Mommy. I fell down here. I got lost. And now...
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your excuses. Let's go this way. We're gonna go this way, and then Alice is gonna try to take a hand
Okay.
very carefully.
Give me 1 second here. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm
Oh
so
boy.
scared.
This is gonna go so bad.
Oh,
You're supposed to reward players.
I know, but it's the fact that you touched it. Roll a will saving throw for me.
18.
Okay, good. So you grab a hold of this thing's hands, and you feel like this weird feeling starts to just like overcome you a little bit, and you shake it off. And it you can't like really grab onto its hand entirely. It seems like it just keeps slipping out, like almost like goo-like, like a slime. But like you keep grabbing onto it as an attempt to guide it.
And then Alice is gonna taking this ooey gooey hand of this monster child thing, beast, scary nightmare, sleep paralysis demon, and walk a little bit down the hall. And then just start walking in circles, kinda. So it seems like we're going farther than what we really are.
So you want to go like down like this way?
Yeah.
I'd say you probably reach about here by the end of your turn.
I'm so confused on what just happened.
Yeah, you made the
Brilliant.
persuasion check.
Brilliant.
You killed it, actually. Yeah, brilliance. It's pretty much brilliance. And it is the Kava Clips's turn, and the Kava Clips is going to say,
Mommy, I was so scared. I messed up, Mommy. I ran away. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Take me back home.
We're going home. We're going home.
It's,
perfect.
you got Pivot that's collecting all the spells, then you got Alice that's just collecting enemies. You know, it's great. Like, I'm just saying,
Nothing's
if we
not
had,
coming in the house.
I don't want it.
imagine we had this thing protecting the house, is all I'm saying.
That is true. Imagine getting this thing in a glass and then just unleashing it when you need to. Go
gosh.
get him.
Listen to
So we're
Mommy.
gonna,
Go get him.
Can we go get some
Sick.
Civilonians too?
No.
No.
Look down would love that. Pivot,
Yeah.
it is back to you.
Oh, me pivot?
Yep.
I saw Marth head off to the right, right?
Yes.
He's gonna head down to the left where this creature came from.
Head over this direction, and I'll give it so you can kind of just peer down the area. And it seems like when you look down the area, oh my god, it seems like there's just kind of some piles of bones, scraps, flesh, not feathers, leaves, bits of herbaceans, as well as just a lot of sludge and slime, like piles of it.
Hmm. Okay, not going that way.
Perfect. And do you want to take another movement action just to go in Marth's direction?
He's gonna pretty much spend the rest of his movement heading over that way.
Perfect.
Hurry and find the lever.
Yeah, we're trying.
Look, Dan, what would you like to do?
Oh man, I hope this doesn't make it worse. I'm gonna follow behind Alice and the
Oh,
whatever the
God.
fuck. And when I get behind it, I just say, "I'm sorry."
Mommy? Mommy? Who is that? Mommy, is that
Friend.
him?
No, that's a friend. He means no harm.
Uh,
I would have introduced you, but you jumped to conclusions and scared him. But that's okay.
Mommy, people have been scaring me a lot lately.
I know. But say you're sorry, because this person won't scare you anymore.
I'm sorry.
Oh god, I'm scared.
And it is
Hey,
Marth's turn.
Pivot's like making rapid hand gestures, just go.
Marth runs, is gonna continue to run to the area. He's gonna check this hole quickly. He goes through the hole,
oh no.
Oh no.
and there is a sign that says, Vera was here.
Let's go.
Very confused and not quite entirely sure as to what that means or what is happening. He knows it's not a lever. He's going to go back out and take the rest of his movement.
He's filled with a very strange and deep-seated rage.
And he sees the lever at the end here. And he screams back to you, Pivot. He says, Pivot! Pivot, the lever's down this way. I got it.
Hey, flip it. We'll try to break off from this thing.
Oh my fuck.
Alice, it is still your turn. Or sorry, now it's your turn. You want to continue guiding this thing away?
Is there is there no way that I could keep it?
It's up to you if you want to run that risk. You have anything you could put it in? It's big.
It's big.
Yep.
What do I have?
This thing is like the size of like a pivot. It's about as big as pivot.
What the
pivot.
fuck?
Big as a
It's-
pivot.
It's a
Is
bit as
How
big
we're
as a
measuring
pivot.
things.
It's about 2.5 pivots tall.
I don't think I have anything on me. Damn.
I don't think you'd keep a pivot-sized container on you.
Da 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 da.
You gotta build it up. It's like Legos. It's like IKEA furniture. I just gotta build it real quick.
I can
I'm gonna
fix
need
him.
it. I'm gonna lead it down a little bit more.
You would go left or right,
Um,
or forward, I guess, too.
I would go right.
Hey, hey. And you head off to, like a enclosed space with a hole.
Yes.
Perfect. And I'm assuming you probably end your turn there.
Yeah.
Okay. This thing's turn. It is still blind. And it's just following you. It's gonna skip its turn. Pivot. Go for it.
Well, trusting Marth to flip the fucking lever, he's just gonna go to the left, the far hall, and go up.
Perfect. Do you want to make a dash?
I'd probably take a double action to, at least to the corner there.
Okay, cool. Right around here.
Close to that thing.
No, thank you. And look down.
I follow behind Alice and the creature.
Oh fuck. And it is Mart's turn yet again. He runs over, throws the switch, and the glass comes up. And the combat ends. And this thing regains its eyesight. And just very casually looks at you, Alice, and then looks over to look down. And then screams
Oh god.
and says, "You're not my mommy." And it's going to attempt to attack you. We're gonna keep the same order here. So it would go by let's see. Where did we leave off? We left off with Marth. Alice, it's still your turn.
Oh god. I'm gonna try to make it to that hole.
Okay.
Try to dive to the hole.
It gets an attack of opportunity. It's going to attempt to hit you with one of its tendrils.
Oh god.
Rolls a 3, it misses. The golden spatula. Alice just
And I'm just gonna say- as I'm running, I'm just gonna be like, "Go look down, run, go back, go back."
You go through the hull 15. You want to take double your movement action?
Yes.
So this is 20. Where do you want to go?
I'm trying to loop back around. No, not that way. No,
Oh,
not that way.
this
Not
way.
that No, the long way.
The way pivot.
Oh, the way pivot
The way
went.
pivot went.
Got you.
It's also the hole right there. You can get to the other side too.
That's true. We're gonna see where it goes though.
And it is the Kava Clips's turn. The Kava Clips is going to. The Kava Clips is going to attempt to bite you. Look down.
Okay.
It misses with a 7. And instead it is just going to get up just nice and close to you. Look down. It is Pivot's turn.
Well, seeing as it's no longer somewhat docile, Prid's going to cast. Let's see. I have tempted to blind it again, but I feel like that'd be fucked.
It would be kind of fun. I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm here for it. It was effective.
We just come back. Oh my gosh, you attacked me?
Mommy?
Terrible child.
That's...
You know, this is why I left. The emotional damage.
Oh fuck.
Fucking gaslight something, and it's not even. Holy shit. So I stopped being your parent. You were abusive. It was an unhealthy relationship. I had to leave.
This is why I
Alright,
left. I do all this stuff for you and you don't do anything.
I'll cast Siphon on it.
Perfect.
That's con save on its part.
Con save. I think this thing is good at this. I'm not sure. Maybe.
It can roll a 1.
So what you're saying is there's a chance. Yes. It rolls altogether a 1.
Oh.
Holy shit.
So it takes
Okay.
10.
10 damage, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Perfect.
Alright, question for you.
Yep.
Consuming weed, is that an action or?
Bonus action. Yeah, you can totally
I
just
will
consume it as a bonus.
Weed.
Perfect. Look down. What would you like to do?
I will just look at it and say, thought, friends, and then punch it with the dragon fang.
Okay. Give me a
And
hit.
this.
Oh. What'd you roll?
4.
Yeah, misses. And anything else you'd like to do?
Yes, but I don't think it would work out. I want to run down towards the way Alice was to try and drag his attention that way.
Okay. You start to try to run. It's going to get an attack of opportunity really quickly. Just going to try to bite.
I don't leave its threat range.
Wait, what do you mean?
I just want to move into that room that's over there. Actually, yeah, no, I'll move like 5 feet away from it. So yeah, I'll take the attack of opportunity.
Towards Piven? Or down?
No, towards the way Alice ran.
So down this way.
Nope, other way.
Oh, I
Unless I
see.
can't get
This
past
way.
it. Yeah.
I see. And then you want to move away from it or no?
Yes.
Okay. So it'll try to attack you.
I want to get towards the hole.
It rolls a 12. It misses you.
Actually, it hits exactly.
Oh. Okay.
IC is a 12.
Rip. It 1d6 necrotic damage. So let me roll the d6. This doesn't heal for an hour. Let's see. Where's that d6 at? It's only 1 damage, 1 necrotic damage, and I need you to roll a will saving throw for me.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no!
Nope.
Oh no!
That's a 5.
5?
Yep.
So you are going to take 5 mental damage on top of that, and you are going to feel this weird sensation inside of you once more, where you hear just in your own mind a small child, and it says,
I'm so scared. There's nothing here. They put me down here. There's only darkness. Mister, what are you scared of?
and you must vocalize what you're afraid of.
Solyet? Myself? There's the 2 answers.
You kind of whimper that out a little bit, Solyet as well as yourself, to kind of not really vocalize it too loud, just to whatever's in the vicinity. And you hear the child's voice say,
Thank you, mister. I feel a lot better.
And you want to continue your movement? You can go here.
Yes.
So you move, yeah, I think it was 5, 10. You want to move all the way?
Yeah, I want to move like right there. I don't want to go through the hole. I just want to
Okay.
be near it.
Perfect. And it is Marth's turn. Marth, blissfully unaware, is going to run back. 15, 20, 25, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And he's going to see Alice, and he says, Alice, where did that thing go?
I don't know. I left it in the hall. Don't go through that hole.
Shit. And it is Alice's turn.
I'm just gonna continue the way that Pivot went.
And you reach up to Pivot here. And see it down the hall. And anything else with your turn? You did make a dash just to get there.
No.
Okay.
That's it. Just trying to leave as fast as possible.
It is the Kava Clips's turn. Oh, let's see. Oh boy. So it is going to use its skill as a movement action, Fear in the Wind. The Kava Clips can teleport to the back of a target that has vocalized its fears, and it can do this as a movement action. So it's teleporting directly onto your back. Look down. And it is going to use Hazy Visions. Can only use on targets that have vocalized its fears to the Kava Clips. The Kava Clips targets an enemy and preys on its fears. A small lining of tissue covers the eyes of the target, and they begin seeing vivid horrors. For 2 turns, that target must make a will saving throw of 10 or higher, or take 1d10 mental damage, and use its action to ready a weapon in defense of the Kava Clips. If an ally attempts to get in range, the ally will... If an ally attempts to get in range, the target will attempt to strike them as a reaction.
Good thing I'm in this corner all by myself.
So yes, look down. A small lining of tissue forms over your eyes, and you start seeing vivid visions of Solyet laughing as as several people around you are torturing you. And it is David's turn.
Awesome. I'm gonna move over to the tile just to the right of the hallway up.
Right here.
Yes.
I did this so you could run. Why is this the fucking? Ah! I'm trying to decide if I'm swinging at nothing or if I'm just crying in a corner.
Pain.
And Pivot's gonna cast another siphon on the dungeon.
Perfect. Con save. Let's see. Oops.
So, Mr. Dungeon Master,
Oh god.
does this look like Solyet's casting a spell on me or some shit? Or does it just look like Pivot because Pivot could be one of these people experimenting on me?
I'm sorry, say that again? I was changing scenes.
No, it's fine. You're good.
You definitely see Pivot casting it. If that makes you feel any better.
No,
It's a very
that's all I need to
familiar
hear.
spell too.
That's
It fails.
heartbreaking.
Oh, you succeeded? Okay.
Sorry, no, he fails it.
Oh.
Takes 10 damage. And this thing starts kind of screaming out in pain. Just a...
And Marth's like, fuck.
What the fuck, man? And anything else with your turn, Piven?
Nope.
Look down. You see Pivot cast a spell towards you, and it misses you, is kind of all you can tell. And Soliet leans into you and says, "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Look down."
I just crumble.
Phew. I need
Yeah,
you to make
I
a
just
will
fall.
saving throw for me.
That's a 3.
1d10 mental damage. Four damage.
Alrighty.
And you're just kind of crawling up in the corner, you said?
I just like collapse. I just crumble to the floor. Like knees give out. I'm just like kind of on my knees in that like weak like not like, you know, holding myself up, but just kind of like defeated.
As yet again, terrible things have happened.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a fuck look down day, you know?
It is Mart's turn. He knows that Alice said to not go in that hole, but he is hearing some screaming and some just terrible sounds coming from there. So he's going to 5, 10, 15, 20 move up from the hole and see look down being kind of just latched onto by this creature, and he is going to swing at it.
Oh, yes. The perfect thing to do.
He misses with a 4.
And cleaves Lookdown's head off.
Hold on, let me read this though really
Please.
quickly.
After today, that just sounds like the good ending.
Fair enough.
Let me just read this.
At least you didn't attack Pavit again.
Yeah, he just missed it.
Yeah.
Look, if it wasn't for the fact that it was like pure fear, because like when I saw Soliet, I was like, I think I'm just swing at her, but then like the way it's described, I'm like, no, it's all happening again.
And it is Alice's turn.
Alice is gonna sigh and go like, man, he didn't get away. Darn. And then just go up behind Pivot.
Perfect. And just wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to get in the way if he starts doing something.
It is the Kava Eclipse's turn. It is going to, from where it is right now, attempt to swing at Marth. And actually, hold on. Look down. You are also going to have to take a swing at Marth.
Do I have to use the Ice Dragon thing or no?
I would say you have the option of doing either.
Oh man, that's right, because I'm gonna think it's something else, aren't I?
Yep.
So I would use it.
Yeah, you kind of Marth kind of crawls up from the hole and comes into your vision, and it seems like one of the kind of scientists that normally came in to, especially a very, very mean one that just wanted to do the worst things to you. And he simply states,
Why won't you die?
Okay. I mean, I turn. No. Oh no. Ian.
mm-hmm.
It's a natural 20.
Okay, Pain. At least the
Give me
Kava
a
Eclipse
DC.
missed.
Give me a DC 8 con save.
Oh, he nat 20's it. Okay, we're good on that at least.
take 18 points of damage.
Ooh, shit.
And am I attacking with my other punch? Is it a full round of attacks or just one?
How badly do you hate this person?
All right, I roll again.
Yep.
12.
A 12 hits, I think. Give me one sec.
Does it?
A 12 hits, yep.
The worst part is, like, it's not even like it's like an angry, it's like just like wide-eyed, panicking, swinging at him. Oh, fuck, man. 10 more damage.
Oh, shit. All right.
I can't wait to get a how do you want to do this on the main character. Oh, boy.
Luckily, you guys healed up before you came down here.
She told you not to come this way!
His training as a soldier, that man is kind of... He learns to do certain things certain ways.
Like, I just imagine that it's like, I was, like, on my knees, and then all of a sudden, like, I turn and see you, I come up, and, like, I just fucking catch you unawares in, like, the kidney with the fucking dragon fang, and then just uppercut you in the jaw. The next one.
Yeah, as he kind of tries to ready his sword. I feel like the fact that you hit him kind of throws off his aim to actually hit the thing that's on your back, so he just misses with, like, a jab. And, it is, back to Pibid.
As I'm just screaming, no more! No more!
Ow. Pivot is just kind of glance over at Alice. I don't know if you have any ranged options, but they kind of need your help there. He's just gonna cast another siphon at that thing.
Now watch this drop. Let's see, con save. It
Keep
fails
doing
with a
it.
3.
Go.
It fails with
Let's
a 3.
go.
What
10
would you
more
like
damage.
to do with this thing?
Oh, okay. I was gonna do the kind of forms another thread on it, and then Pivot takes his other hand and wraps it onto the thread and pulls it, and kind of rips it off Lookdown's back.
Falls right off of Lookdown's back, and is kind of like it's falling apart. It can't seem to kind of keep itself in a structure. And yeah, it is just kind of in pieces, and it kind of just whimpers out before it dies.
Mommy, I'm sorry I ran away. Wait, who are you?
Let's add a little scream, and then crumbles into the ground.
Never mind, I got it.
Alice is gonna say, "Oh, she shouldn't have ran away then." Listen.
Pain.
Nope. Okay.
You good there?
First time he actually failed it. So,
okay.
he's gonna turn right around and start marching up the hallway.
Start marching back up the hallway, and Ferdata has gotten the strap off of her wrist and says,
Thank you, Lightbearer.
Only took a little bit of effort. She kind of glances over his shoulder. That wasn't a pet as well, was it? I hope not.
No. Pet to mother. Not me.
No, it's dead, so you don't have to worry about that anymore.
Understood. Thank you, Lightbearer.
and
Did I,
what's
did I
that?
know it was?
He just gives a thumbs up.
Did I know Pivot was the one that actually killed it? Or would the film been over my eyes still?
The film would still be over your eyes. Yep. It would only have left your eyelids either after those 2 turns or after it was dead.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you kind of saw him start to walk away. And Marth kind of like grabs your shoulders and says,
Oh, you gave me quite a scare. Oh, God.
I. I. Mhm.
I know it's been a lot. And I didn't want to have to bring you down here. I know you've had a rough go at it recently. But, it's either you go back now or you stay with us. I wouldn't blame you if you chose the first.
I just want my head.
I know what you mean. This is what these creatures do. This is what Mechalate has done. They've infiltrated this place and replaced it with a bunch of reckless, evil, murderous monsters that just take hold of good people, take hold of their minds, take everything from us and just try to morph it into their own sick, twisted being. That creature there was no different. This is why we have to do what we have to do.
Then maybe they just need to face what they created. And then I walk away.
Marthin kind of just like that oof feels bad man slowly gets himself his 60-something-year-old body out of this hole and starts following behind.
When I get to Alice, I look at her. Does Alice say or do anything?
I think Alice would just be. I don't know. I think Alice would just be like, "Oh, come on, let's go."
And turn around and walk down the hall, or
Yeah.
look down. What would you like to do?
Cry.
Can't do that right now. Try again later.
Fair. When Marth approaches, am I a monster?
Do you want me to answer that truthfully?
Yes.
Look down.
I look down.
You are not a monster. These...
And he kind of touches like the chain around your wrist.
These keep you from growing. I like to believe that we all are good, but we manifest sometimes our own monsters. But you look down. Let's just say that monsters have been forced upon you. That's not your doing. And I'm going to prove it. Once we get out of here, I'll show you that you're not a monster. I swear upon my father. and the throne that I serve. We'll figure this out together. But you are not a monster. Do you hear me?
I want to stop hurting my friends.
I know. And I think deep down inside we all hurt each other sometimes. We don't want to, but we do. This, and he kind of like points to his injuries, says, this is no different. But I think what matters is the fact that we try to stop hurting our friends. That we do with everything within our power to do what's right. And to work together for a brighter future. For together, we're, quite frankly, unstoppable. We've done incredible things up until now. And you look down.
Look
I
down.
know. I know that you're feeling down on yourself, and I know that you're hurting. But know that you are stronger than you believe. I suppose that's all I have to say. And he starts trying to walk past you.
As he walks by, I put my hand on his shoulder. In next lights. And he looks at you dead in the eye. Keep Alice away from me.
Don't worry. I keep a close eye on Alice these days.
I wonder why.
Valid. Why would we do that?
It's such a
guys?
weird
What?
thing to do.
Yeah.
Fucking
Alice
weirdo.
is just like a small, like she's just here chilling.
She's just a little guy, you know?
She's just a little guy.
guy.
Alice is just a little guy. Like, guys. What do you mean? She's so trustworthy. Guys.
But he smiles at you and nods his head and says, yes, of course.
Then I take my hand off of Marth's shoulder, let him go, taking a deep breath, and then walk on.
Perfect. And as you kind of are like following behind, and they're talking and you're approaching the group, Marth kind of like, it gives one of those, oh, and like he puts his finger up into the air and turns around, and he says, I know that it might be a bit late for this, but when I'm feeling down, it helps me to walk. I tend to walk it off, I suppose. If it works for you. Turns back around.
I keep walking.
Perfect. And
Walking circles.
Yeah, I just walk back and forth behind Marth.
just back and forth.
As great as it would be to just walk past everybody, I'm not getting your pivot at this moment.
That's understandable. I can probably. Why was that? Alice is trustworthy, and so is Pivot.
Well, that's the worst part. Pivot is.
That's true.
Pivot hasn't really done
Pivot is
anything.
trustworthy. You just keep assaulting him and feel bad about it.
Oh man, I heard him again. Get over here. As you all approach, Agatha sees that you're all here and says, "This is the final stretch. The Exalted One is down." And then she like kind of brings her fingers out again. Down. Follow me. And be careful.
Yay.
She seems to be trying to be as stealthy as possible here.
Oh, well. That's not really turn out well.
Just gotta believe. Forever the rap of this shit.
All right. And you all, I'm assuming, probably follow her here.
Yep.
And, let's see.
Nah, I just leave. I'm going with
Down
option
one
2.
level here. I'm actually going
go
to...
return the spatula and then just leave you guys. And enjoy my
See ya!
dinner.
It's starting to seem like a
understandable.
Not entirely... Ooh. Wait, where'd Look Down go?
I told you, peace out.
Yeah,
That's option 2.
Look Down decided, nah.
Nah, not today.
And Ferdata says,
Just down this way. I'll try to get her.
and she's gonna try to stealth into the room.
Pivot will say, be careful.
Yes, thank you.
She rolls a 9. She walks down the hall here, and I am finally going to unveil all of the lights.
Oh no.
She walks down the hall and starts feeling a pressure in her head. She's gonna roll quickly. A d20 for a Sigma saving throw, and she passes it. Luckily, she passes it. But she reaches the kind of crest here, and this fairy sits up from its flower bed, and is trying to communicate but can't, and starts getting a little bit aggressive and angry, and starts flying towards her, and that is where we're going to end tonight's episode.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much for watching tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it. We had a fun old night of depresso and lots of mental fuckery, because we love that. Who doesn't love that? Who doesn't love a good old mess your brain up and never recover? We will be doing an episode, a Thames episode, next Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern. We will pick up from when he was fighting, when he encountered the Schkumpf, which is out over by the castle. So this will be a Thames, Max, and Penelope episode. And yeah, I'm excited to see you then. Thank you so much for watching. And if you are enjoying yourself and you want to support us, !Patreon will pop up the Patreon. You are more than welcome to support us there. But most of all, I just really, really appreciate you guys tuning in each week. It means a lot to me. And I hope you are enjoying it as much as I am. Have a lovely evening, ladies and gentlemen. And as always, stay beautiful.